crowd of young women here, and police believe Hill tried to stop the shooting. Family is saying her attempts to calm things down only made matters worse, though, and the 19-year-old pulled the trigger as Hill grabbed her gun, hitting her. Found badly bleeding, and family quickly drove her to the hospital. She's been with doctors much of the day and is listed in serious condition. And that led to a full-fledged manhunt by Detroit police. Helicopters overhead and a foot search lasted much of the midday, with scout cars flooding the vicinity in support. Detroit police found her not far away this afternoon, and she is in custody. It's a lesson in how quickly joy can turn to terror here. Yesterday was Michaela's 20th
Don't
birthday.
start.
And so what comes next? Well, Detroit police pulling together all the information on this. They say they're going to get a warrant package over to the prosecutor's office, and they want to see charges of assault with intent to murder. Back to you.
Does that lead us to knowing when an arraignment might be coming, Rod?
Yeah, it's looking like tomorrow, and sometimes these things can drag out, but it looks like they want to do something by tomorrow afternoon.
All right, Rod Miller reporting live.
Okay.
Listen up. The soap you shower with, it's you probably haven't even questioned what bar soap you lather up with. Let's face it, most guys don't. They're still using whatever bar their mommy bought for her little man. Is that what you want? To smell like mama's little man? Ugh. But now you can upgrade your shower game with Dr. Squatch Natural Soap. I'm talking about natural, nourishing, cold-pressed, hand-cut soap for men. Men who use their hands. Men who build things. Men who open the pickle jar on the first try. Men who catch foul balls without spilling their beer. You won't just smell good either. Your skin will be healthier and more nourished. Dare I say, soft. Oh, men aren't supposed to have soft skin? Yeah, well, men weren't supposed to cry during movies. And then they made the movie Rudy. So you want to smell like the forest? Boom, pine tar, we've got you. You want to smell like the sea? Boom, nautical sage, we've got you. You want to smell like you just got off a boat in the Caribbean? Boom, bay rum, we've got you. And with 6 more cents, we've got you covered no matter what kind of man you are. Now you're wondering, why have I been doing it wrong for so long? During the First World War, big soap started taking out all the natural ingredients to make production cheaper and faster. They replaced all the natural stuff with chemicals. Chemicals like sodium lauryl sulfate, parabens, dioxin. Chemicals linked to depression, liver damage, cancer, and low sperm count. And worst of all, dry skin. Oh, you poor balls. All dry, empty, and sad. But there's good news. We make our soaps with natural ingredients from the earth. Ingredients like
my degree from WGU has been completely instrumental in me being where I'm at in my career. I have a Bachelor of Science in Database Management and Data Analytics, earned at WGU.
Tonight, chilling video taken by a 20-year-old woman who was murdered just moments later. Her 18-year-old boyfriend accused of pulling the trigger that ended her life.
It's the 6th domestic violence homicide in Macomb County. So Nation's reporter Andrea Isom joins us live with more on this story and what the prosecutor is saying about this tragic case. Andrea?
You know, guys, we've all been doing this job for a very long time. We've seen a lot, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Law enforcement, they're frustrated, they're alarmed, and we all should be.
You know, everything about this case is awful, and this certainly just adds to it.
Because this is what 20-year-old India Mackey saw and heard mere moments before she was murdered.
You think I'm playing, huh?
Okay.
You think I'm playing, huh? Hit you with these big 4-5 hollow tips, gonna eat your up.
Those angry, hate-filled words and despicable actions from her boyfriend, 18-year-old Kevin Dixon, police say. A young man who was supposed to love India, but this is anything but.
This video is being taken by a woman who's going to be killed in moments is unbelievable to me. The idea that he's pulling the bullet out, wiping his fingerprints off, showing it to her.
It chills you to the bone, says Macomb County Prosecuting Attorney Eric Smith, and I agree.
The last thing her family has of her is the video where she is pointing the camera at the man who's going to kill her. But after he shoots her, gets out of his car, pushes her over into the passenger seat and takes off driving in the car.
Smith says India was shot inside a van outside of this home on Shirley Street in Warren. But according to cops, Dixon's criminal behavior did not end there.
East Point PD gets all these calls about a white van that's driving erratically over the road. They stop the car, and they find her dead in the passenger seat.
Dixon was arrested and is now facing first-degree murder, carrying a concealed weapon, and felony firearm charges. Dixon's bond was denied, so he sits behind bars. But that is not all that went down in court.
We charge his mother as well. He takes his girlfriend's phone, this poor woman that was shot, and calls his mother on the phone and says, "Mom, go to the house and get the gun." So we charge her with accessory after effect and tampering with evidence.
In Macomb County alone, in just the last couple of months, law enforcement has seen 6 domestic violence homicides. It's sad, startling, and alarming.
If you think you are in danger, please get yourself to safety. Call the national hotline. Call Turning Point. They're
It's gonna eat your
Okay.
playing, huh?
Okay.
You think I'm playing, huh?
Okay.
You think I'm playing, huh? Hit you with this big 4-5 hollow tips, gonna eat your up.
Those angry, hate-filled words and despicable actions from her boyfriend, 18-year-old Kevin Dixon, police say, a young man who was supposed to love India, but this is anything but.
This video is being taken by a woman who's going to be killed in moments is unbelievable to me. The idea that he's pulling the bullet out, wiping his fingerprints off, showing it to her.
It chills you to the bone, says Macomb.
All right, Priya. At a time when so many retail stores are closing, a local...
Also developing at 11, video discovered on the phone of a Warren murder victim shows the moments leading up to her death.
Tuesday night, we showed you a large police scene unfolding in East Point. Well, now the cell phone video a 20-year-old woman took moments before she was killed is showing police exactly what happened. Mara McDonald live at the Macomb County Jail tonight. Mara, police have her boyfriend in custody.
They sure do, Devin, and they've charged him with first-degree murder. And there is a reason, once you see this cell phone video, why the judge said he's going to be staying here with no bond.
This is Kevin Dixon asking his girlfriend, India Mackey, why she's recording him. The two had been fighting. Pay attention to Dixon's hands. He's wiping his fingerprints off of bullets.
Think I'm playing, huh? Hit you with this big 4-5 hollow tips, gonna eat your ass up.
Moments later, police say an angry Dixon fired at India, killing her while sitting in a van in his Warren driveway. Police would pull him over in East Point Tuesday night for driving erratically. Her dead body next to him.
Mr. Dixon, you're charged with premeditated.
The hardest part of today was when the man asked me what color casket that I wanted to put my 13-year-old son in.
New at 10, tears, shed, family, and friends in.
A teenager has been arrested in Akron after police say he fired shots into his neighbor's house. Good evening. Thank you for staying with us at 5:30. I'm Mike Jackson.
And I'm Ellie Merritt. Making the situation even more disturbing, the teen streamed the whole thing live on Facebook. New at 5:30, NBC4's Courtney Yoon joins us from the Watch 4 Alert Desk now with the story and the video that he posted. Courtney?
Mike, Ellie, that teen is only 15 years old and last night was in police custody. His face has been blurred in the video, but take a look at what he posted online. You can see him waving around a rifle and a 9mm handgun. He points both toward an open window and then fires. During the video, you can hear him laughing and pulling the trigger even knocks him off his feet. Later, he covers the window with a curtain, but none of this was amusing to his neighbor, Tanya Watts, whose home was hit by the bullets. She says she was stunned hearing the gunfire. Police say they're working on finding out where he got the weapons.
And if you're just sitting in your home and you're watching television and you hear something like that, that will freak you out. It will scare you because I'm not used to hearing that.
The serial number will be recorded. They'll check for stolen, and if indeed it is stolen.
was caught on video with a known rival known as Baby James chasing the Woods brothers throughout the mall.
That video was posted to social media. The brothers were humiliated, and according to court documents, they wanted revenge.
Prosecutors say a shootout outside of a local strip club would occur. 20th of 2015, a drive-by shooting of Baby James' grandmother's home.
Random shooting, just one after another.
3 people were inside, including a young child. Fortunately, no one was hit.
After the smoke cleared and we got up off the floor, I came out and I ain't see nobody, but then later police pulled up and it was everywhere.
After 5 weeks, a jury convicted the Woods brothers of various racketeering and firearms offenses that were connected to that conspiracy to murder charge.
You shouldn't go around shooting up people's houses.
As for those who live on Elder Street, finally, some justice, some peace for them.
You're going to reap what you sow when you out here doing wrong.
Austin Woods was sentenced to 14 years, while Antoine was sentenced to 32 years. Now, we did talk with family members of the Woods brothers. They did not want to talk on camera. They say they do plan on appealing.
Gang experts talk about
3 young men killed when 2 gunmen opened fire inside a Detroit White Castle. Police say the 3 men were inside the restaurant's lobby when 2 men wearing black hoodies came inside and started shooting.
It happened just after midnight at the White Castle on West Warren near Livernois. That's on Detroit's west side. Larry Spruill is there with new information about what happened.
That shooting happened earlier this morning here at that White Castle. Take a look at some of the bullet holes. You see multiple bullet holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and continue throughout the rest of this door, hitting this building as well. But take a look, follow me if you can. The bullets travel through this restaurant. You see the closed sign on the door, all the way to the other end of this window, coming out this window, leaving all of this glass debris on the ground. Now, police say that the suspects used an automatic rifle. 3 people are now dead.
You took my baby from me. You took him from his son, friends, family, and it don't make no sense.
Still in a state of shock and confusion, Tanya Gatson is trying to figure out what happened at this White Castle on Livernois and Warren. Police say someone fired multiple shots using a high-power rifle into the White Castle. Gatson tells me her 20-year-old son, Deshaun Gatson, was one of the victims inside.
Then I heard him just pulled down to the car, and he went back in and talked to his friends. What happened to him? He didn't deserve that.
His mother tells me Gatson was the father of a little boy. And hours later, she's now dealing with the fact her oldest son is gone.
My brother had called and told me. So when he told me this, it was like, you didn't want to believe it.
Local 4 there as employees started cleaning up the mess Sunday morning. I counted at least 12 bullet holes in this glass door alone. On the other side, glass debris everywhere.
For the ones we trust to always be there. For the ones caring for others. For the ones who keep...
Driving down the road at night, you don't expect to see a person in the middle of the road, let alone a person with a dog. So I stopped, threw the hazard lights on, and he just walked up and got in the bus like he was at a bus stop. I let him on because it was the safest thing to do at the time. When he boarded, he let the dog go. And I asked him, "Is that your dog?" And he said, "Yes, but he's okay." And I said, "No, you need to get your dog. He's in the road." I had asked a few questions. He didn't know the dog's name. He was having a conversation with a young lady on the bus and offered to give her the dog. Things didn't fit together, so I let him know that I just wasn't buying it. When I got downtown, the gentleman was going to exit, and I grabbed Cooper's collar and informed him that Cooper would be staying with me and that I would be getting him back to his family.
He was working late, and he called and said, Cooper...
Alright, what is up, everybody? We gotta talk about this Pop Smoke situation because it's crazy. First off, rest in peace. This is tragic. But my specific focus for this video is how he got killed, right? This was militant. This was tactical. And home invasions in California is like an epidemic right now. It's reaching a crisis level. I'm talking 54% in the past year alone. The newspapers even have their own section dedicated to home invasions. It's like weather, sports, home invasions. Now, if you don't know what happened, Pop Smoke, who's one of my favorite rappers out of New York right now, carrying the sort of East Coast drill sound, he was in California celebrating his album success, right? He just released his second album. He rented a mansion in Beverly Hills where he was gonna have a party. What he didn't know is that Beverly Hills right now is the target for violent, bloody home invasions. Recently, the police took down this massive conglomerate of home robbers. They were looking through their plans. They were reading through their plans. They found out these people were looking at taking down LeBron James and Matt Damon. Baseball players have been targets. Football players have had their houses robbed. Rihanna, even A$AP Rocky's sister was forced to open up a safe at gunpoint during a home invasion. Now, the house that Pop Smoke was renting is actually owned by the husband of some celebrity housewife. And the thing with these celebrity realtors is it's very easy to track down who their properties are being rented to. And don't let anybody tell you that these home invaders are stupid. They use real estate apps to case each target. They're cross-referencing that with Google Maps to see what the place looks like, see the different entry points, the exit points. They look for mansions that are featured in publications where they can get info, and then they monitor the celebrities' social media to see what kind of activities these people put on their Insta stories. And just like how the police in New York have opened up a task force specifically designed to follow rappers on social media, yes, that's a real thing, you can look into it. Well, the thieves and the robbers have their own task force. It's the Goon Task Force, and they're doing the same thing. Now, unfortunately, Pop Smoke, he was careless, right? He was on Facebook Live, and he actually exposed his address. The first time was in this photo where he was posted up, and you could just barely make out the address in the top left-hand corner. The second time, he's opening a gift that showed his address on the card, and he put all this on Facebook Live. Now, there's been some noise that this was set up from the inside and that somehow it was an inside job. I don't know if that's true. I'm not going to speculate. However, I will say, right as people were leaving, late in the morning, the party's dying down, people are leaving, the front door gets locked, according to the video surveillance, and 10 minutes after that, almost on cue, methodically, the burglars go around the back. One of them gets inside the house to kill Pop Smoke, and the other three move from the back all the way around to the front to wait for the assassin. Now, I don't know if this was just too many chefs in the kitchen and they thought less people, less mess. But what's very apparent after police have looked at the video surveillance is that the one assassin who went inside and killed Pop Smoke comes out empty-handed, right? He's got no jewelry, no money, no loot, which is abnormal. Most home invasions in California, or around the US for that matter, is for the purpose of stealing some shit from the house and coming out with it, right? But these guys came out empty-handed, which is why this is looking like a targeted assassination. What makes things weirder is that the house alarm was shut off. Now, you may think maybe it was just a mistake, or somebody inside did that. I don't know. But this shit was tactical, and it was violent, right? They went in there, they confronted him, and they killed him. What I do know, and I don't want to connect the two because I have no idea if it's relevant or not, but Pop Smoke was definitely a part of some, let's just say, gang turmoil back in New York, right? There was an entire massive arrest between two rival gangs, which is, I believe, the Woos and the Chews, right? And no, that's not some Kung Fu Jackie Chan movie. That's an actual bloody, violent war going on in New York. So this could be a continuation of that, or it's just another California home invasion. And if it's one of those, then you gotta look at the deadly trend in just 1 year. I'm talking about an increase by 54% in home invasions. That's nothing to scoff at. Sure, people like Drake or Kanye West, they're safe, you know, they got these massive compounds, they got ex-military walking around the property at all times defending them. But if you're a B-list or a C-list celebrity, or even a celebrity who doesn't have a massive security apparatus, right? Because there's some big celebrities who they don't put any energy into security. These people are sitting ducks, even more so than you or I. You can't map out our activities through social media, whereas rappers, they're forced to live this public lifestyle of always demonstrating wealth, always demonstrating luxury. And it's at the point where social media is both a tool and a coffin. But regardless, this shit is tragic. I've been bumping Pop Smoke's new album ever since it came out, and look, that doesn't mean anything, right? Who cares about the music when this young kid just lost his life? Over what? Like, I don't even need to know the specifics, and I don't expect for us to get a lot of answers. The energy that Pop Smoke had, I don't expect his camp to be very forthcoming with information, right? They don't seem like people who talk a lot. So if you expect any information to come out, I think that'll be up to the police to fill in the blanks. All I know is that we were robbed of a fantastic artist with a bright future, but more importantly, a young man was robbed of his own future. No matter what way you look at it, it's sad. Anyways, let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Oh shit. I forgot I was even on all that. Shit with the world. Of course, live me with the bullshit. As always, hating. Can I get on the front so I can see my shit? God damn. the fuck? What? Where all this water come from? Where all that shit come from? Cannot build on water. I don't even understand how the water got up there. God damn, boy. How? Just because I built this little island? Nigga, the world just flooded and shit? Bruh, my little peoples. Boy. All over here and shit too, boy. Shit, boing, boing. That shit mad ignorant, yo. That shit wild, man, son. Man, wow, yo. However them niggas be talking. God damn, bruh. My whole little town over here on the other side, boy. The niggas in the ghetto, bro. Yeah, go handle your people, my business. Take care of that. Too. Yeah, damn, boy, you niggas is under the water still, boy. How the fuck did the water? What the fuck am I supposed to do to save this shit? Right. So you know this nigga good, though. Got one on this. Whoever my neighbor is, if it's a nigga, if he be having a bitch over, I know she be looking at this nigga like, you lame. If it's a bitch, I know that if she have a nigga over, I know he like, damn, bitch, are you talking to that nigga with the music or something? I say that because right now it's dead silence, right? Like, if I was able to hold my phone up to my window, you'll hear nothing but the fireworks. it's nerve-wracking.
Unknown disease has killed 15 people in the northern part of the country. Medical experts say the disease does not appear to be Ebola, Lassa fever, or the coronavirus.
Pull up, like, how you pull up, baby? How you pull up? How you pull up? I pull up, step in the kitchen, let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Yeah, yeah. Have you ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a clock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. You better let me go the day you need me. Bitch, you up me on that nigga, get the bus. And if I ain't enough, I'll get the chop. It's safe to say I earned it, ain't a nigga gave me nothing. I'm ready to hop out on a nigga, get the bus. Know you heard me say you play, you late, don't make me push the butt. Full of pain, dropped enough tears to fill up a fucking bucket. Going for buckets, I bought a chopper. I got a big drum to hold 100. Go up for nothing, I'm ready to air it out on all these niggas. I can see I'm running. Just talk to my mama, she get me on FaceTime just to check up on me and my brother. Really the baby, she know that the youngest son was always guaranteed to get the money. Okay, let's go. She know that the baby boy was always guaranteed to get the loot. She know what I do, she know if I run from a nigga, I'ma pull it out. Shoot, PTSD, I'm always waking up a cold sweats like I got the flu. My daughter a G, she saw me kill a nigga from her before the age of 2. And I kill another nigga too. If I let another nigga do something to you, that means you know that don't let nobody tell you different than they love you. Let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Yeah, yeah. Have you ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a clock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. You better let me go the day you need me. So bitch, you put me on that nigga, get the bus. Yeah. And if I ain't enough, I'll get the chop. Keep a Glockin' when I ride in the Suburban. It's codeine, had a young nigga swerving. I got the mop, watch me wash him like detergent. And I'm ballin', that's why it's diamonds on my jersey. Slide on outside and flip the block back, yeah, yeah. My junior popped him and left him lopsided, yeah, yeah. We spin his block, got the rebound in his robbing. For me one time, you can't cross me again. 1200 horsepower, I get lost in the wind. If he talking on it, y'all depend, dogs will take his chin. Maybach SUV for my refugee. 5 blocks in the hood, put money in the streets. I was solo and the ops called me at the gas station. Had it on me 30,000, thought it was my last day. But they ain't even want no smoke. If I had to choose it, murder would she roll? Let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Yeah, yeah. Have you ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a clock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. You better let me go the day you need me. So bitch, you put me on that nigga, get the bus. And if I ain't enough, I'll get the chop.
Music now playing in my neighbors. funny shit is because it's just anytime they hear music, I could play something, watch a video, and you know the little intro come in or whatever, and it might be a slap, or it might have, you know, a couple seconds of snippet of somebody new, somebody video or some shit. As soon as they hear that little shit, that be they little cue. But then when it be like this, because I'm looking for something else to watch or whatever, you hear that music for a while, but then after a minute, this shit is funny. Whatever happened to that one nigga? I can't even think of the nigga name right now. There was this one nigga that was on Instagram or whatever and set up his own little religion or whatever the case is. Black dude. Had a little compound in Mexico or something. Nature boy. Nature boy. It's all controversial and all the shit. Motherfuckers was watching this shit. Tripping like this nigga trying to start a cult or some shit, and then all of a sudden, I ain't seen no more videos about this nigga. To this nigga. Did he disappear? Okay, I hear you. Still doing shit like this. This shit still active.
Someone asked, has things gotten better with the Hawaiians? I respect everything that's happening. I feel them. I feel them. Like, it's not. I don't take it personally because I understand why they responding like that. Even though some of it's disrespectful and low vibrational, it's still the way they protect their land. They're protecting what was theirs, and that's understandable. You know, coming from where I'm coming from, you know what I'm saying? Like, I totally get it. I totally understand, like, from their perspective of what came to them and how they responded to it. Like, yo, what the fuck? You gotta fuck this dude up? Like, what's up? What you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So, peace to the guards. God get greetings. I love myself. Yeah, I totally understand everything, all the concerns, the response to me, the response to what they heard, the misinformation about me. That's why I'm online to talk to them directly. I understand people are alert and ready to protect what's theirs. You know what I'm saying? If there's a problem, they're gonna solve that shit. Because it's their land, it's their space. The motherfuckers can't just come up in this shit thinking they can do what the fuck they wanna do and there ain't gonna be no consequences. So I get it. I get the spirit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not hurt by that. I understand that. I'm with that. I'm all about that. I get it. I'm just here to inform the people of the misinformation they receive, so that they can talk to me and get to know me, and know that's not that kind of, we're not on that kind of, that's not the kind of time we're on. That's not the kind of vibes we really on. And to clear up the misunderstandings with people so that they know, yo, he ain't no threat, I ain't no threat, you feel what I'm saying? I'm misunderstood. And so I'm reaching out to the mature people of Hawaii to, you know, to build with them so y'all can call in and connect.
What is y'all in Hawaii now? Y'all left Mexico?
And y'all can call in. The logical ones, the people that think for themselves, not followers, they just hear something and go with it. And I get it, like totally get it. Like if you see something that's a threat in your neighborhood, or it's a threat against your children or your family, you got problems, you gotta go handle that shit. But before you go busting off your gun, before you go killing an innocent man or taking out your frustrations on the wrong person, I understand your frustration. What everything is going, which I'm going through. Trust me. For one, I understand. But before you bust your gun off, before you get your mouths out, before you come and attack me, before you take my head, think about it. Make sure that that person is who they are. And that's why we're here to talk. Share the video. Share the video to Hawaii. And a shout out to my people. Shout out to Carbon Nation. Shout out to the Gargutians. It's too blurry. It shouldn't be blurry. He's acting up. Is everybody off the blurry and his poison?
I'll be hating when I try to listen to something, cuz it'll be taking forever for the. I love motherfuckers like, nigga, you just be sitting there, don't know, be saying shit. But I'm not watching me though. You are. I'm talking about for what I'll be watching. Move. Yo, it's a speaking here. Need a speaking here. Hold on, what's that move, Smoke? Oh. Yo, this big homie's like a nut. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, vibes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not to MLB with foreigner, hold on, foreigner. He's acting up. Who getting dunked on here? Somebody getting dunked on tonight. Yeah. Fuels. So we got the yacht. Yeah, pull out. Come on. Hey. Real was always prevail, man.
Bacon nugget pasta. Hold on. What you saying? Yeah. How much at the door? How much at the door? Hold on. 50 at the door? You ain't getting in. Drag! Those some niggas that shoot you for nothing. Hold on. Boom! Let's go. Yeah. Hold on. Acting nuts, man. Yeah, this is a movie. You just getting started.
Oh, this before he died, nigga?
You trying to party tonight in Miami? Pull up.
This ain't before he passed, nigga, because it's here in Miami, nigga. That's in Miami.
Yeah, we need that. Yo, look up how far it is. Alright, bet. Did you tell him already? Did you tell him already? It's time. Line it up. Yeah. Bro. And I got a fucking surprise for y'all coming soon too. Right, boy? We got a surprise. Hold on. They see who never fall. They know who's never far from me. Yeah. Don't fuck around. Man, that's my heart. What's that, little salmon? Mm-hmm. Little salmon, Bob? That's right. Yeah. Touch that.
Healthy shit, little salmon, little kale.
Yeah.
So your liver on fire?
Wow. Damn right. Boy, that shit fire. Huh? You said juice. Juice and dog, you know, I get run. Big pool party. I'm about to drop some shit though. I'm gonna snip with some shits later, like. It's a movie in Miami. See how we looking. Bless. Yes, sir. Yeah, you need that. You hungry still? Yeah.
You gotta eat all the time before you start drinking.
Hold on, show, look, everything. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, everything.
Icy. Yeah,
no food in there, right?
Yeah, movie, hold on, movie, película. Yeah, movie, película. Come on, man. I'm telling you, somebody's getting dunked over here. About to ask somebody this. You want to get out of here? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey.
Boom. Yeah. Damn, we get you more.
Salmon. I'm trying to do my
Real. Hey, say what's up to the book. Say what's up to the book. Tell the book. Book. Yeah. You sing for it. Huh?
I'm in Cali.
Shit, bro.
You have the registration insurance? Get that one. Looks like it. Gotcha. That looks like a registration card right there. A little red. That might be it. There you go. How long is that? That's for the handicap doctor. So, is that your license in the Pentecostal? Or is that hers? Okay. That's nothing with your name on it. I can't just let you go. I can't go, okay, nothing goes back. See you later. You understand what I'm saying? Okay? I gotta get something from you. Okay? Now, you tell me the truth. Nice and easy. Very quick. Okay? You're on your way. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to bring down the station with the fingerprint. You have to wait for a response. It's a ridiculous. It's a process, and I'm telling you. That's why. Tell me the truth. Have you ever been locked up before? Have you ever been arrested? Never in your life. Okay. And you've never had anything, no tickets, no nothing. Okay. Alright. Okay? Do me a favor, shut the car off. While I figure this out, okay?
Get the fuck down! Get the fuck down!
See you later. I can't just let you go. I can't go, okay, nothing goes back. See you later. You understand what I'm saying? Okay? I gotta get something from you. Okay? Now, you tell me the truth. I can do this nice and easy. Very quick. Okay? You're on your way. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to bring down the station with the fingerprint. You have to wait for a response. It's a ridiculous. It's a process, and I'm telling you. That's why. Tell me the truth. Have you ever been locked up before? Have you ever been arrested? Never in your life. Okay. And you've never had anything, no tickets, no nothing. Okay. Alright. Let's figure out what's going on. Okay? Do me a favor, shut the car off. Well, I'll figure this out, okay?
Get the fuck down! Get the fuck down!
Let me read it straight. Once again,
get the fuck down! Get the fuck down! Get the fuck... Hands where I can see him! Hands where I can fucking see him! Hands where I can see him! No, on the ground, on the fucking ground! Get the fuck on the ground! Get the fuck on the ground! Get the fuck on! Yeah, bitch! Get the fuck in. Now, get down. Alright, you gonna let go? Stop. Get down. Get down. Alright, you need to hold your hands out. Hands out. Alright. You done? You good? You swear? Hands down. Hands in your forehead.
The ambulance get there so quick. Just got shot, boy. You was there before you could put in the call. That nigga was riding by. He was on his way to get his sack. Like, oh shit, hey, shit, that nigga just got shot. They need me over there. Shit, guess I spent this month afterward.
Go!
Man, nigga had to try to
take them all.
Bag and smoke from my lunch break, bitch. Now I got to take your shot ass to the hospital.
Get up. Oh, what the fuck you doing here? Leg. Shot me. Are you shot? He shot me, man. Where? Who? I had him at gunpoint. You did not. No. He shot me, bro. No.
You shot me,
shot?
bro.
Where? Where?
Did you fucking shoot me?
I heard the gunfire, bro. I didn't do nothing. All right. Let's see what we got here. Glove up.
Bruh, I'm not one of those guys, bro. I'm like the fucking cool black dude, bro. Why'd you fucking shoot me, bro? I didn't fucking take off and shit like on fucking purpose, bro. I was just like trying to get away from the fucking police.
Well, I pulled you out at gunpoint. And you started running and wrestling with me. I got out and you had to... All right, shut up. Okay. Get your kid out.
He had the fucking gun in my face,
Got it?
bro. Like, it was
It's on
like
the
the best
56?
fucking did, bro. Like, listen to what you said, man. Alright, niggas be full of shit, bro.
This guy has that gun.
I can say that.
Check out his bike. We got a minute.
You getting caught by the police in the predicament that you is guilty for. Because you trying to convince them. It wasn't me. I don't even do shit like that.
Gunshot. Alright. Stop. Get stuff out. Get some pressure on it. Yeah. Perfect. Get some stuff on it.
That nigga better be wanted. I'm saying, for real, niggas like out of license, you ain't got no L's. That's the only thing. You don't want to get tickets, so you
What's that?
drag the motherfucking police down the street, nigga. Try to knock the nigga head off, and take his gun and all that kind of shit. He ain't trying to do all that. Bruh, just get the motherfucking ticket, nigga. Like, if you did all that shit, bro, you didn't look like you trying to get away from some shit. Not because, nigga, they gonna make you go do your motherfucking, what's that shit? Community service. Yeah, fuck that, man. I ain't talking to the police, man. I ain't, but I'll do 10 hours on community service, bro. And if the judge see me, bro, he gonna make me do it in 10 hours, bro. Fuck that. Kill this cop if I had to. That's crazy. Bitch ass nigga, just get your ticket and go home, bro. I can say.
Look for an exit. We're doing this to take care of you.
I literally had to make a choice to stop running from the police. And I didn't stop running from the police because they scared me. When I ran from the police, but I always got away. Like, whether it was after the land or a car, nigga, for a couple hours, nigga, or Oh, not adventures.
We're trying to take care of you. Okay?
Every time I decided
Trying to help you out.
I'm out of here,
Stop,
motherfucker.
don't say that. What's the medical reason tonight? You had what? PTSD from what? Take medication? Did you take it today? Any reason why you didn't? Just didn't? I realize that. But I'm trying to do a lot of things for nobody. Yeah.
My business.
Medicate that. For your weapon, that's going to have to go across the table. Okay? Why don't you,
You try to keep the ghost on your ass, boy. The fuck you expecting me to do? Sit there?
Look, Limu, someone needs help customizing and saving with Liberty Mutual. Are you drooling? Good.
See, some folks don't understand, baby. Self-preservation is the first rule of nature. Nigga, you trying to put them cuffs on me and put me in that motherfucking cage, in that cave. Nigga, I'm trying to preserve myself. I'm out of here. No. Yeah, not in the sense of you can't do the time, so you got to tell on other motherfuckers to do the time because you don't want to do the time. No. But don't do the time if you know you ain't gonna be able to. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. You ain't got to be able to do the time. You got to be able to not get caught and have to do the time. That's what. And if you do get caught, recognize that you're a goofy, and it is your goofiness. And then go telling all other motherfuckers. Man. Oh, fuck. I should have came home and took a motherfucking nap after work. Because right now, at 1 o'clock in the morning, at 1 o'clock, I could head to the skate park right now. And it's gonna be clear and empty. And get in a little private session. But sleepy. That weed is putting me right in. If I was at my mama's house, she'd be like, Tay, what's wrong, Tay? You look sleepy. You sleepy, Tay? Nah, Mom, I'm not sleepy. Boy, you look mighty sleepy to me. That was her way of telling me she knows I'm high. But that eventually turned into, Tay, is you high? Nah, Mom. Whatever, you look sleepy. Or no. It was the other way. Yeah, she, Tay, is you high? Nah, well, I wasn't telling her at first. You look sleepy, and then, it was all out and open type shit. I smoked. That's how she called me out. You just smoked her. Yeah, look at sleepy, boy. She really need the boot. Oh, okay. Lively, okay. You finally functioning fucking with me then. Okay. I can see my shit now, man. Highly, finally appreciate it. No. This song earlier. I play that shit. Man, I don't know how this song earlier and the way it came. Oh, it's crazy. I was watching some YouTube video. Matter of fact, I was watching the YouTube video from the Tim one, who, like, basically, just their opinions on Black Lives Matter and all that. Caucasian fella, very intelligent. I just wanna shit he be talking. But whatever the case is, the shit that they was talking into the video he was commenting on. When I was reading the comments, I'm looking at the comments and I'm just realizing, like, wow, this is crazy. This is how you motherfuckers feel about me, about you, about you, about you, and about you. Cause, like, say, like, you got this, basically a conglomerate of people that's like watching a YouTube video, right? There's some shit going on. And everybody chime in with their opinion on, you know what I'm saying, the value of the motherfucker's life, their opinion on the person's intelligence or worthiness or so forth, or this and that, right? And whether they deserved to die or didn't, or this and that, all kind of shit, right? And I just be thinking like, or I was thinking like, this crazy, because in a sense, all these different comments that are saying all these different things, but with one thing in common, is basically hatred towards a motherfucker that they don't know and don't even know if they exist or not. It's basically you speaking upon me and any other person that you don't know, and so forth or whatnot. Like, I don't know, it just hit me when I was just listening to the shit the dude was saying and then reading them comments. And of course it was, the topic was Black Lives Matter, about young African American unarmed men being murdered by the police and so forth, and this and that, and just the shit that people be saying in the comfort of what they say about African American men. I have to look at these comments and realize that this is the shit that you motherfuckers is talking about me as because it's not like I'm not an African American man. I am. It's the like when they say Black Lives Matter, nigga, I'm that. When they say African American men, I'm that. So all these protests and all this shit that's supposed to be going on, it's supposed to be in lieu of my honor, right? But yeah, there's all this shit that's like, it's crazy. So as I'm thinking that, and I go to start writing the comment, but for whatever reason, the comment that I was writing, it wasn't one to say a whole bunch of negativity towards everybody's opinion and so forth in the comments and whatnot, other than I said, wow. Like, wow. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can really say to what I'm reading, because for some reason at that time the comments just hit in a different context. It's like, because listening to this man speak and he's trying to speak from a very intelligent standpoint, but also a very discreet, non-discreet form of looking down upon Black Lives Matter and such. So I was just like, wow. And then I started to write, started to type more to the comment, but as I started to type, it just basically came out as, thank you, Lord, or Father, help me. I don't know what it is I'm supposed to do, but and as I'm writing that, and basically, nigga, my comment is just to the Lord, basically, like, God, you see and hear this? Like, do you hear this? Can you see? And it's not even questioning, rhetorical questions, but like, as I'm thinking this and trying to write this comment out, the video of the white dude talking shit, and not talking shit, but basically talking his shit, stopped playing, and like I didn't even realize it. I guess I just figured the video was over and that something else started, and I was just not really turned into background noise because I'm trying to focus on writing the comment, and that's what it was. Because of writing the comment, I could no longer see the video. The video was raised up because, you know, the page was up, so the video's up here, and I'm right here trying to write the comments, and the shit changed. And just when it kicked in and finally noticed that I'm hearing this song that's now playing, like, it's crazy how, like, it was a nigga, like, my Lord, this, I must admit, this is one of the most motherfucking beautifulest songs in the fucking world to me as far as I'm concerned. Like, this song is me, and every African American man in this world like me and not like me. But man, this motherfucking song for me, as far as this song, that one, and yeah, nigga, it made my motherfucking it put a little dampness to my eyeballs. Made them a little moist and shit. Like, it is what it is. Yeah. Check it out.
I just wanna live. God protect me. I'm a young black man, doing all that I can to stand. Oh, but when I look around and I see what's being done to my kind,
that shit over.
I just wanna live. God protect me. I'm a young black man, doing all that I can to stand over when I look around and I see what's being done to my kind. Every day I'm being hung to this grave. My people don't want no trouble. We've got it all struggle.
Swear to God. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. I just... Fuck. Sorry on the gang, y'all. I apologize. With my head.
I just wanna live. God protect me.
Stick with me.
I'm a young black man, doing all that I can to stand over when I look around and I see what's being done to my kind. Every day I'm being hung to this grave. My people don't want no trouble. We've got it all struggle.
love that song. God damn. Fucking love that song. Ooh, that's a song. I'm fucking love that song, but I'm not gonna be able to listen to that song, cause this shit is, god damn. I never. Oh, shit. Damn, Lord. I don't know what the fuck it is you want me to do, bruh. Yes. I can't listen to that song no more. God damn, bro. I can't even remember what the fuck I was doing. What I was trying to do. I'll never forget. One day, I was living in the city, in Frisco, and I was riding the Muni out to way out wherever the fuck, like off the Sunset or whatnot, going out there to the Big Five, and I'm riding on the Muni, and it's two couples had got on the bus, and dude and his lady, and both of them had babies. I can't quite remember if they was newborns or if they was like, they both had kids with him. And it was like, it was dope, of course. Families, fathers getting to be with their children. And then I'll never forget the part about it the most, that this is the memory of it, is seeing another fella like myself that was watching the family and Brad just started. Like, he was sitting there like me, but I think he had a brew, a tall can or something inside the bag. Sipping on it or whatever, but he was trying to hold it and couldn't no more. He had to hop off the bus or off the moon. I know exactly what he was feeling. Fathers that get to raise their children. It allows you to be blessed. I'll never forget being at work one day, working downtown Frisco. Brother came up to me and it was like he had an interview somewhere, but he was nervous. He didn't know if he should go to it or not because he didn't want to go in there and then people look at him like he was a piece of shit and so forth. Because of the way, every time a nigga turned the corner or so forth, it's the clutching of the person or startled and all that shit. And Brad just started, like, while trying to ask my advice out of nowhere, Brad just started, couldn't hold it. Niggas, man, and I swear to God, the reason why I'm tripping now, like halfway, but this is, I just want to live. He said, I just want to live. Mine said, all I want to do is win. But he had to still remind me my shit. Which is not on this computer. That's so strong, man. That's so hella strong, man. doing too much trying to find it. Fuck all that. Shit. Damn, that motherfucking song, buddy. Alright, I'll do it one more time, please.
I just wanna live. God protect me. I'm a young black man doing all that I can to stand. Oh, when I look around and I see what's being done to my kind, every day I'm being hung to the grave. My people don't want no trouble. We've had enough struggle. I just wanna live. God protect me. I just wanna live. God protect me. So many thoughts in my head. Will I live or will I end up dead? Easy money or sequel. No matter where I be, there's no place safe for me. Oh, I'm not asking for too much. So Lord, please help. I just wanna live. God protect me. I just wanna live. God protect me. This is my battle cry. I just wanna live. God protect me. I just wanna live. God protect me. I just wanna live. I just wanna live. God protect me. I'm a young black man doing all that I can to stand. Oh, but when I look around and I see what's being done to my kind, every day I'm being hung to the grave. My people don't want no trouble. We've had enough struggle.
What that song tell? Saying no. That shit, bro. God damn, nigga, speaking my mind. Like, you have to be an African American in a sense. Truly understand. Like, a motherfucker can't do a motherfucking say they've never experienced shit is enough to make a motherfucker trip.
I am John Doe 76C. As a John Doe, I was able to confront being sexually abused as a kid. Coming forward was about the truth and protecting other children. First, I told my family, and then I called attorney Jeff Anderson. I started to...
Okay.
That is the SUV, and they must know we're watching. They
Just started
That's
almost
none of my business.
driving much slower at this moment. Now we are southbound La Crescenta from Mountain. That was the last major. Definitely in the Glendale area. You can see it's LAPD. They are in pursuit. They have let Glendale know there's a Glendale PD vehicle right there. They have let them know that they are out here. Now the want for this person that is running from officers, and there may be up to 3 people inside this vehicle. The want right now is they're saying robbery. That's the original want. Don't know how if somebody witnessed it or to be. But that vehicle at one point driving the wrong way on the freeway, extremely high speed.
Well, I watched one a nigga in a Hellcat.
All of a sudden, undercover, that they were being watched by undercover. But this vehicle this afternoon driving extremely fast and reckless. It does seem like things are starting to pick up once again as we're continuing southbound on La Crescenta, well into the Glendale area right now.
Yeah, I can see from the windshield, through the windshield, that the passenger is moving around a lot. That was a close call, wasn't it?
Better yearn, boy.
And Stu, you said this driver was going the wrong way on the freeway?
That was some regular next lane shit.
One time on the 210 near Pennsylvania. Wow. You know, the one thing, anybody that drives in the Glendale area, beautiful city, a lot of history out there, smaller roads, very tight areas out here, very congested almost all of the time. And you can see this happening right now. These smaller streets out here, that vehicle,
smaller streets, bitches, 3 whole lanes. What do you mean, smaller streets?
Wrong side of the road once again.
You heard me?
Passing across that center on
He ain't got no traffic coming towards him, though. He's got a clear lane. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, now you hear me. Oh, now you hear me. He ain't through that. It's 3 lanes on that side that he's driving on, when it's only on 1 lane on the other way, and he had to cut over to the 1 lane. That could have been a game of chicken, but he had clear lane.
This is the general area where this pursuit started. It was started over by the 5 to 2. That's where we were first getting wind of this going on. So it made its way.
Oh, I wish they'd give a bigger aerial view so you can see all the streets that's coming up. Because they commentary is, you know, in hopes of him getting caught. My commentary would be like, nigga need to take a left right there. If he take a left right there, Yerm that alley into he'll be out the way. But you can't see.
They've lost Stu Mandel.
Shit,
we will
but
get
the
him
car.
back in just a moment. You are watching a pursuit happening in the Glendale La Crescenta area.
Gorgeous.
And there you see that white SUV there. Police are in hot pursuit of that car. They've been driving extremely dangerously and erratically. Slow speeds on the surface streets right now, but apparently there might be 3 suspects in that car wanted for robbery. And apparently this started on the 5 and the 2, Stu was telling us. He also did say that this driver was going the wrong way on the 210 at times. We've seen him do erratic moves on streets in Glendale. Sometimes looked like a person who was walking on the street and just passed by him really fast. He's really dangerous. Very dangerous moves out here. Sharp turns.
He's really dangerous.
Really wanted for some sort of robbery. It'd be interesting to know if this was a robbery
clear.
At a... Stu, do you know if this
That
was a
nigga
robbery
ain't almost hit nothing yet.
Do we know anything more about the robbery?
No, you know, they don't give those types of specifics when they're
When I see that nigga Yerm around the corner or something, and like near miss hit some shit, I can, you know, comprehend your use of dangerous, but that nigga smooth. Ooh, Yerm down. Oh, nigga. Oh, he just barely, yeah. He damn near clipped that car. Oh. Oh. He nearly hit that. He Yerming right now. Where you go?
don't think he's concerned about what town he's in right now. But right now, moving very quickly at some points.
He might know where he at.
From what we're hearing, according to LAPD, actually,
that nigga's, he's on the road. Like, he know where he going. He ain't on the road like he don't know where to go. If he is on some, I don't know where I'm going, then why is he?
But right now, slowing a little bit. Some folks out there on the road, very residential neighborhood, and we just continue to watch. It's very dangerous.
Why would he take himself into somewhere he don't know where nothing is at?
Still making its way through this area out here.
He know where he at.
Doing little pirouettes out here this afternoon.
That nigga know where he at. Or he got the GPS on.
Basically, back the way we came. Now we're westbound on Chevy Chase.
Stu, how fast do you think he's going on these residential streets?
He yearning, that's how fast he
I would
going.
have to guess about 40, 45 on the residentials right now. He's actually speeding up wrong side of the road, higher speeds. You can see him just back and forth.
He yearning. Woo! Yermer.
So close.
That nigga drive. That's probably a bitch driving, because bitches can drive. Bitches drive.
Looks like an LAPD officer.
Back in the day, once upon a time, you know what I'm saying, even still sometimes, getaways drivers always usually be the ladies, because ladies can yearn that thing.
The street is Glendale, and
a real one, you know what I'm talking about.
In pursuit, dangerous suspects, very high speeds. You saw that momentary burst right there.
That love to drive.
For a lot longer, just before we got here. Right now, you can see this vehicle still moving very fast, very tight roads out there, very narrow streets.
I swear I just think that was an accidental, but I like it. Because as yank the wheel, and yanking that shit, while yearning.
Possibly armed, too.
Well, they just said robbery. We haven't heard the arm part yet, but if the desk has more information, southbound San Fernando, so we're actually starting to get back to the LAPD area. That doesn't mean more units are going to get involved, but it might have other officers in the area from the LAPD if this comes to an end. When this comes to an end.
Squeezing through. He's going to try to get away no matter what it takes. Right now in the center, and he's picked up speed, a lot of speed.
Oh, this is
not good.
This is not good.
Those other cars just moving right by him out there. They're tracking that vehicle. Center lane, San Fernando Road, going against traffic again right there. And this is the time these streets are onto the sidewalk.
That nigga's yearning, I swear to God.
It's this type of behavior. They want this guy to come to an end. They want this to come to an end. They want this vehicle to stop.
So does he.
How close is the LAPD at this point?
That nigga,
right now, lights and sirens.
He ain't yearning that much.
That is a valuable thing. That at least it's giving a lot of folks heads up that something might be happening.
Yeah, this guy.
Southbound San Fernando.
This guy's driving so erratically. How do you? Oh, there he goes. How do you stop someone like this? I guess you just chase them until they slow down or decide to make a run for it.
That nigga.
You know what? That is the miracle question. Everybody's always asking it. You can't do it.
That was a hell of a waste of gas, though.
Possibly spike strips, but
what was he trying to do hitting all them corners for no reason?
So right now, tracking mode was initiated earlier on.
Like real life shit, though. You got the copter on. Like, you need to be calling somebody, bruh, and telling them to meet you at the parking garage. Nigga parked up under there, nigga on
Keep an eye on it right now. But this vehicle moving very quickly, getting a little
the
pushy out
ready
here
to
when
go.
there's traffic. And it's just not good. I know there's a tunnel right there. We'll see
For real shit, could he somehow do some shit like, nigga, when you drive into the parking garage, but have that shit still rolling. So it come out the other side, you roll out the car, hop in the other car, nigga, y'all take off, that car still going, they think you in that bitch. They still chasing that car, you in the other one, y'all out the way. What I'm saying, Matter of fact, there was one I was watching today, and they lightweight. It looked like that's what happened.
All right, this is Sharon Tay along with Crystal Cruz, and welcome to the KCAL 9.
But that nigga got out and yanked somebody.
This is Sharon Tay along with Crystal Cruz. Welcome to the KCAL 9 News at 4 o'clock. We are watching some breaking news happening in Glendale, a pursuit that's in progress. And for our CBS 2 News viewers, we welcome you as well. Yes, indeed, we are following this pursuit. It has been going on for quite some time.
That nigga moving like he know where he's going.
Of robbery suspects. And Stu Mandela is overhead for us, and he's been watching this whole thing. And Stu, you were telling us when this first started, this guy was driving so erratic. We've seen him on the wrong side at times of the roads, and also on the 210 freeway, he said.
On the 210 freeway, Ron, driving against traffic on the 210. He actually made a U-turn on the 210 to correct that. That was over by Pennsylvania. Right now, though, we are basically Elysian Park. We are Elysian Park. I can see the stadium right next to us. I believe we're on Glendale Boulevard. He just got off the southbound 5 freeway. Now, this road right now, wide open. There's a lot of roads out here in this area wide open. He's been taking advantage of those high speeds, but it isn't going to get him anywhere. You've got the helicopter overhead. You've got the officers on the ground back in the LAPD area right now, so that means other officers are going to probably be, if they are available, they will be nearby. They might not be jumping into that pursuit, but they're going to make themselves conveniently available in the neighborhood if something should happen. Wrong side of the road as he's making that sweeping turn. Go ahead.
Isn't the LAPD Police Academy nearby?
It is close by.
Don't know if we're actually going to do.
But yes, we're
That's how you
definitely very
finna do
close
a
to Dodger
motherfucking
Stadium. That means we are close to the actual LA.
Bitch ass niggas is still trying to learn how to put on their goddamn utility
Hardly
bill.
anyone travels those streets.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually on Academy Way right now, and working his way. If you know that parking lot, you know LA. It is getting very close to Dodger Stadium. I was kind of wondering maybe he was going to go through there. Right now, though, staying on the main streets, you can see no other vehicles. That's the first plus out here, and perhaps they will try to do something in this type of wide open area.
Yeah, this
but
would be
these high speeds.
This would be a great place to do a pit maneuver if they can get close to him.
If they can get close to him, and there's nobody else around. Those are the two things. You have to worry about the safety factor. Right now, this is a big sweeping turn. I know it brings us back out on the sunset.
And this is a great place for this nigga to.
So it's going to start getting crowded. I'm getting a little bit wider because you can see other officers that are conveniently in the area. And
hit that emergency.
Elysian Park, that's where we are. We'll get you some streets as soon as
U-turn that thing.
Can securely stay where we are.
Fast as fuck. Leave their ass going this way with your ass. Flying back past, hit a corner.
Did you say Sunset Boulevard? Is that the street?
Alley.
Well, I thought we were going to pop out on the sunset.
No,
I said we might pop out on the sunset. Looks like we're heading our way basically over maybe towards Broadway or Figueroa.
And Stu, have we seen any passenger action?
I've been just trying to keep up with the car. I haven't really been able to spend that time to peek inside the windows. Those tinted windows will make it very difficult.
Sometimes during this pursuit, they'll roll down the window and throw stuff out of the car for whatever reason, but I haven't seen any of that. The windows are tinted very dark, and it looks from It looks from the windshield that they're moving around in the car a lot. Probably scrambling to figure out what to do.
You know, I always wondered what those conversations are inside that vehicle. If they're egging them on, or if they're saying, "Hey, maybe we should slow this down." You know,
you would think they'd be telling them to slow down.
Yeah, you'd be hoping that's what was going on. Right now, though, those tinted windows, officers can't see in there. We can't see in there. We were peeking in that front window earlier on. The report was that possibly 3 people inside that vehicle. So 2 passengers, maybe. The driver, they were giving a... So we're southbound Broadway right now, through Bernard. So we're making our way out of the Elysian Park area. We're going to start making our way into the Chinatown area. A lot of cross traffic, and you can see it's going to start getting a little bit more packed as we work our way towards downtown Los Angeles. Right now, though, this vehicle's relatively slower. LAPD right behind them. Dangerous suspects inside that vehicle. LAPD not giving this up. They were in surveillance mode for just a short amount of time. But that high speeds, those dangerous moves, they decided to keep those officers as close by as they can, and with the lights and sirens going.
Yeah, this is where the 110 and 101 kind of meet. They're in Chinatown right now, so they've decided to stay on Surface Street and avoid. They're on Cesar Chavez, avoiding the freeway altogether because that area is so congested.
And Stu, in your experience, when they're in a congested area, do they stay close to the person trying to get away from them, or give them a little space?
You know what, the LAPD, I'm not versed in their policies at all. I can tell you this afternoon, those officers that are right behind them, the vehicles that have pretty much been there from the inception of this pursuit, have been doing a fabulous job staying safe, staying close, and keeping that vehicle nearby or close by enough where they can keep an eye on it and at least try to warn the public. Using that center lane again, Cesar Chavez, we're right by Men's Central Jail. Actually, he's making the turn away from there. I have a feeling that he's going to be spending some time there shortly. Yeah. Right now, though, he's making his way back over towards the freeway. Will he get on the freeway? Oh, who knows? Looks like he wants to make a turn. Yes, that looks like that would have taken him into Union Station. Maybe he's trying to make a plan to maybe get into a parking garage. We've seen him in the past, but with those officers so close by, that road basically pushing him back onto the 101 freeway. Now we're on the 101 freeway northbound, just in the downtown area. A lot of traffic. We're going to keep an eye on him out here. And it's starting to really move up speed again. But look, a little fishtailing right there on the freeway. So he was hitting that brake hard right there and steering. So passing Alameda right now, 101 northbound, LAPD in pursuit, helicopter overhead, not just us, but LAPD. Yeah, and look at the traffic this afternoon.
Yeah, Crystal was right. That traffic is it's literally stop and go in that area. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what he does, and he just. What is that?
He's going.
Oh, he's going the wrong way.
He's getting on. He's going off on an on-ramp out here. LAPD, you saw them, and they had their doors open. They were that ready to do this. Look at these people.
Oh my
They're just getting on the freeway. They're probably going, what is going on here? Back onto Alameda, we're right in front of Union Station, again with the high speeds, and officers are staying right behind them. They must have some information about this person that makes this a wanted driver.
Yeah.
That was an interesting move. He saw that the traffic was about to get very thick on the 101 North and decided, well, I'm just going to hop off on the wrong way. On the on-ramp, he hopped off.
Yeah, it's a desperate move.
Desperate. Indeed, that's a great word for that move.
There he is.
It's just amazing how many chances this person has been taking all afternoon. Thank goodness we haven't seen him make contact with any other vehicles. Working his way back through Chinatown, a lot of traffic. Looks like we're heading back the direction that we were. We were on College there a few moments ago, and this is Broadway through downtown Chinatown. So this is an area that everybody knows is pretty packed. There's a lot of foot traffic out here, a lot of pedestrians. Thank goodness we're not seeing anybody out of the roadway and starting to make these faster moves again, higher speeds, northbound on Broadway, basically going back the direction we came from.
Yeah, this person it sounds like he's just confused as to where to go. I think one thing on his mind is just to get away, and we'll do anything he can to get away.
And you just saw on the right side of your screen moments ago, he hopped off the 101, but when he hopped off onto the on-ramp, so you can see some traffic right there looking, probably going, what in the heck is going on here?
Right. Stu, where did this pursuit originate?
I am John Doe 76C. As a John Doe, I was able to confront being sexually abused as a kid. Coming forward was about the truth and protecting other children. First I told my family, and then I called attorney Jeff Anderson. I started to realize that I wasn't alone, and that was powerful. In the courts, I was able to remain anonymous and still have my voice be heard. That was 2006. Since that time, I've met hundreds of John and Jane Does, and it's time for our voices to be heard.
But the original spots where we heard it was in the area of the, well, look at this, of the 2 and the 5. This was the area 2 and the 5 is where we originally heard it. So it's over there in that general area. But it got on the 2 freeway very quickly. It got on the 210 for a moment or two. We heard the vehicle actually spun out at one time, and we thought the pursuit may have actually been over. But he continued on, and with this type of driving, amazing we haven't seen another spin out. We did see a little bit of a fishtail earlier on. This vehicle would get some street names for you. It's making another sharp turn. Oh, a little tight right there. But obviously it was on Broadway, and now we're up in the Boyle Heights area, and now we're working our way basically in an eastern direction, and it looks like we're getting back into, nope, it's the same type of neighborhood. It's a little bit residential, a little bit of commercial, and the streets, they're 4 lanes, so that's a huge plus, but there's no center lane that this guy seems to be really using a lot. So if there's traffic and he gets boxed in, I'm really curious to see what he's going to do.
Yeah, indeed. In case you're just joining us, you were watching breaking news, a dangerous pursuit in progress right now. It started in the Glendale area. Stu mentioned between the two, perhaps they picked up the call somewhere around the 2 freeway and the 5 freeway. This pursuit went through Glendale, downtown LA. It is now in Boyle Heights. This driver, possibly 3 people in that car, possibly robbery suspects. They have been driving erratically at very, very high speed.
Yeah, and you used a great word. You said some of these moves are desperate. They definitely are trying to run away from the cops, but the officers, they've done a great job of staying right behind them.
Oh, narrowly missed that red car. And onto the sidewalk.
Yeah, we've seen this guy driving on the wrong side of the street, making very erratic moves, driving very fast. Oh, and right there you almost saw him kind of make contact with that bus.
I'm getting some information that the primary unit in pursuit of this vehicle is from the Northeast Division.
That is correct, Jared. And Northeast has been on it from the get-go. I didn't want to start saying divisions because sometimes I get the frowny face from management when I start just using the division names. LAPD, it is Northeast Division. That's the area where it started. They're on southbound Mission. Making that sharp turn right there, back onto Cesar Chavez right now. So he's not staying in any neighborhood. We haven't been in this neighborhood before. We didn't hear this neighborhood earlier on.
It's wide open too.
We always kind of wondered. Almost right there. But he's staying on Cesar Chavez right now. We're in the area. We're not exactly next to, but we're in the area of USC Medical. This vehicle continues to elude officers just by moving quickly. The LAPD, though, that's the thing. Elude might not really be the word because they're right there behind him. They're not.
Yeah. Okay. We just seem to have lost Stu Mundell. You were watching a very dangerous pursuit happening. It's been happening for quite some time now. You see that white car? Apparently there may be 3 occupants inside. They may be robbery suspects, and LAPD is in hot pursuit. These guys are making extremely dangerous moves. They're going at very high speed.
Yeah, and apparently this started off the 5 and the 2. You can see right there, this driver has been sometimes on the wrong side of the road. It looks like he's getting onto the freeway. Is that the freeway right there that he's getting onto?
Back onto the freeway.
Okay,
Definitely back up.
Driving just to get away.
Well, you probably, we don't know. That's the deal. We don't know. Getting off the freeway right now. He was on the 5 just for a second. Looks like it was just a convenience, Basically, he had that opportunity to make that turn. There was no traffic right there. Exiting 4th Street, we're making that turn onto 4th Street. So now we're heading back westbound, so heading back towards downtown. So we haven't seen him in the downtown area yet. probably a plus because it's going to get even more dense with the buildings and folks. Another solid red light passing Boyle right there. This vehicle continuing, slowing down. And this is what we've seen. That's the only pattern, if there is patterns to be seen, is that moving fast, moving slow. That's the only thing we've seen. We're back into another neighborhood area, but we're going to be getting very commercial here shortly. You can see LAPD right there behind him, the helicopter overhead the entire time. LAPD, as you said, Northeast Division, right there behind him from the inception of this pursuit. I'm really curious if this was some sort of undercover where they were watching this vehicle, because they're saying 211 suspect, and that means robbery. But we don't know armed. We don't know if it's residential. We don't know if there was violence involved. We do understand possibly 2 other folks inside that vehicle. With those tinted windows, it's another question. How did LAPD know that? Did they see these people get into that vehicle? So those type of questions are what's on my mind right now. And just making our way over the 4th Street Bridge, working our way into downtown, and heavier traffic.
And a question that I have is whether that's even their vehicle. They may have stolen it. Who knows?
Well, then it might have said that might have been a carjacking, but of course, who knows? Who knows? This person definitely driving like he stole it. There's no doubt about that. Still westbound 4th Street, and we've seen they've been very wide open, coming up to another major right there. You can see officers out there, possibly spike strips. Possibly, I can't say for sure.
Okay, this would be a good area because it's wide open, very little traffic. Or pit maneuvers, they can get up close to them. I don't know.
Now we're picking up some speed here.
Picking up some speed again. And making another hard turn right there and starting to skid. Though they actually had an officer waiting at the corner of 4th and Alameda with the spike strip. So if he was able to deploy them, they were deployed. I'm unclear on that right now. We're going to keep an eye on those tires. We're going to keep an eye on the maneuverability of that vehicle. Making some unusual turns right there. But we're still making our way closer and closer into the downtown area with where all the buildings are. Stuff coming out of the car right there. A lot of stuff.
They're throwing things out of the car.
See, papers,
yes, and
clothing. It looks like clothing.
It looked like clothing, maybe a bag or two, some more stuff going out that window. So that indicates that there are some people in the back portion of that vehicle. So this might be part of what the robbery was involved in. Maybe it was a residential robbery. But right now, or burglary in that case. But right now, stuff's continuing to fall, being thrown. Nothing's falling out of that car. Being thrown out of that vehicle. And they actually have to go and pick up all of that stuff. Now, is that going to be the vehicles in pursuit? No. There's going to be other ones.
Oh, there's a
very, very crowded area. Very, very crowded.
The pedestrians. Oh.
And this continues on.
Yeah. Give us a location. Where are we?
Southbound Los Angeles. We're southbound Los Angeles Street in the downtown Los Angeles area. Didn't get that crossing right there.
Someone in a wheelchair.
Right there to cross the 6th, but he didn't slow down for that. Now, officers from LAPD, they're going to have to go pick up all those items, or try to. You can see that. You can see officers right there behind him. They didn't slow down, but other officers will be the ones that are going to collect those items that are being tossed out of the vehicle.
It's interesting to see him slow down through when the traffic gets thick. He does slow down instead of just barrel through, which is good. He's not causing any accidents so far, but here he is, inching his way through traffic.
Well, he's definitely not slowing down enough, I can guarantee you that. We've seen this car fishtail a bunch of times, and this could be the demise of this chase. If he makes a sharp turn somewhere and fishtails, hits another vehicle, that might bring this to an end. We're now on 7th Street. Near San Pedro Street. I don't know if we just crossed it or we're about to cross it, but we're on 7th. Right now, the vehicle picking up speed again. I should stay a little bit wider just in case something else is in front of it. But you can see LAPD still right behind this vehicle. We did see some stuff coming out of the car. That's not gonna bring anything to an end. I can tell you that. These people in the car, they are going to wind up in cuffs. Hopefully that's where they're going to wind up and not in a hospital or worse. Approaching Central right now. It does look like he's going to make a turn. making a nice sharp turn there on northbound Central. And this pursuit continues. It's been going for some time. LAPD, they've been right behind them the entire time, in the air, on the ground, lights and sirens, trying to keep the public safe. So far, no incidents, no accidents.
Fortunately, yeah.
This pursuit, every intersection seems like we're getting that much closer to a problem.
It's making a series of turns, erratic turns.
Our producer just said the tires look really still inflated. Did the driver go over a set of spike strips? I'm not sure if
all we knew, look at the guy on a bike right there, on a trike, he's getting out of the way for the officers. The only thing we know is that there was an attempt at spike strips at that one intersection, Avalon and 4th, right at the end of the bridge. Don't know. We saw the vehicle. I saw the SUV, the officer's SUV door, the back open. Not sure if he had time, but there was a possibility that that's where they were going to do it. As far as the tires go, if they hit spike strips, I agree with the producer, 100%. We would be seeing some flat tires by now.
And for slowing down, and this driver's clearly no sign of slowing down, going on the wrong other side of the street. Oh, such a dangerous situation here.
And then going through an intersection, just barreling.
We have another intersection right there. That was San Pedro right there. A lot of cross traffic right there. That was at Wall Street. You got pedestrians out here. Like I said, the closer we get to the downtown area, the more we're going to see pedestrians, the more we're going to see folks on bikes, maybe some disabled folks trying to get through intersections. Approaching Los Angeles right now. That's the name of the street. We're in Los Angeles. A lot of cross traffic. That's what I heard. Looks like we're going to make a southbound turn on a one-way street.
Ooh. Oh no.
LAPD's still following this vehicle. There's another person on a bicycle right there, and he's making his way again. West turn, and we're still working our way pretty quickly out here. This is going to be a numbered street. Looks like we're going to be heading north again. Right turn on Broadway.
Do you think this
very, very dangerous.
Do you think this guy is trying to find the entrance to the free? Oh, wait, they've just. Oh, it looks like they were going to stop, but there's no sign of them stopping.
No, he's just trying to get around some obstacles. A lot of traffic down there at that intersection. We can get. And we got folks down there on the ground.
Oh, it looks like he might be...
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, no.
He's underneath us.
Yeah. Do you think he's trying to find the entrance to the freeway, or do you think he's just driving around downtown?
Here we are.
Oh!
Several close calls.
And the streets are a lot tighter around, obviously, downtown.
Super tight out here, and with these high speeds, it's just going to get worse and worse. LAPD, though, they really just want to bring this thing to an end. Look, pedestrians.
And he slows for them. That's.
And we got some blockage going on up here. This might be where they bring it. Nope, they didn't. There's a truck over there doing some loading. Eastbound 6th Street is where we are right now. So basically heading back the other direction. We just crossed Broadway at 6 and we're heading eastbound now. We're dropping south again. So it does appear that he's starting to make some blocks out here. Hopefully he didn't see a spot where he out, but it's definitely slowing down once again. We're putting Sky 9 around as quick as we can. And again, this is one of those situations where it seems like we're not moving quickly, and we are. It's just the physics of what we're looking at. Getting blocked in, and traffic getting thicker. This was not a good choice. It looks like somebody actually getting out of his way. And there we go. And now at least there's less traffic out here as you start to open up again a little bit. But we're getting closer to Olympic as we're making our way southbound. I believe we're still on Los Angeles. Making another sharp turn now back over to the east.
He's literally running in circles around downtown LA.
Running in circles, definitely.
Yeah. Just desperation, not knowing what to do, but just to drive.
And
traffic's getting thicker. We've seen
the more he stays in this area, it's just going to get more and more dangerous. I just worry about all those other folks that are out there on the ground right now. Whoa! Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I thought that was a pedestrian.
You mistook the traffic light as a person.
It was a
I know.
I thought it was.
I thought the same thing.
Back moving southbound once again. So this chase continuing in the downtown Los Angeles area. Very dangerous suspects because the officers from LAPD not letting this go. We've seen this in the past where they'll just basically go into tracking mode and just drop off the officers, meaning the ground units. He just continues to weave his way around these buildings out here. Northbound on Main right now in the downtown area. I believe that was 7th or 8th Street that he was on just a moment ago. Northbound Main, though, again, just the streets are so packed out here in the downtown Los Angeles area. LAPD doing an amazing job staying with that vehicle and just, that just enough distance, a hard turn there.
I'm surprised I'm surprised his car didn't flip. He made that turn pretty quickly.
He did make that turn sharp, and now going right by another officer from LAPD, and now back southbound again. The newer SUVs, they have a lot of controls in them to help them. Looks like heavy traffic on this street. This would definitely seem to be in the not close in the actual. We're very close to the what is this, the fashion area, or they have the garment district. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of traffic out here. This might be an opportunity
to end this.
Look at that.
There's no place to go but to climb out and run if these guys are thinking
get out and surrender.
And that might be his only option. LAPD might be taking advantage of this. There's no place to go. There are a lot of civilians out there. There's a lot of other people on the streets. So using weapons is going to be very difficult. Trying to push his way through. This is one of the times where the lights and sirens, people are obeying the law. They're moving over to the right. That may actually be causing an opening for that suspect.
Well, and
in the end, that might be a good thing.
Yeah, I see the driver or the person in the back seat has the window. Yeah, the windows rolled down and basically trying to wave the truck in front of him away, asking him to move aside so he can get through. But now it looks like they're just sitting ducks. They literally are sitting ducks.
Yeah.
Can you imagine this driver of this box truck? He can hear those sirens.
That's the thing. He's got one of those moments. It's like he doesn't know that there's a pursuit going on. All he knows is that he's hearing lights and sirens. So he's probably doing the right thing. He's going to keep on
obeying the law,
moving over to the right. He's obeying the law.
And you see these folks walking
box
down
truck
the
is starting to move.
Pulling over.
Amazing that
incredible.
Again, nobody's been hurt.
We thought that would be the opportunity right there for officers.
Whoa! I don't know what that was all about. That man
that
actually
unit,
hit an officer's
469, has really been on this guy.
That guy for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Kind of fun.
Not going to let him
kind
go.
of thing like that, but if he gets a gold star next to his name, he deserved it by the end of the shift. Making another left turn out there. The streets are starting to open up a little bit, but this is an area where there's a lot of homeless out here, a lot of pedestrians. You can see a lot of those folks there on the sidewalk.
Right there.
So there's going to be a lot more. Yes, there's
downtown
a
LA
lot
mission.
more. Yep, there's a lot, but there's a lot more folks out here on the sidewalks. And, if he hits a car, that's one thing. If he hits a pedestrian, that's going to be something entirely different. Cross traffic, a lot of cross traffic.
Yeah, this driver's just been driving erratically. Stu says this started around off the 5 and the 2. Started around, what would you say, Stu? 3:45? How long would you say this guy's been moving?
It seems like almost an eternity.
It does seem like that.
It seems like forever we've been following this.
Oh, right.
Just round and round, huh?
And you know what? It's all these close calls. It's all those moments where you're just like, no. We're like right now, pedestrians running out of the way, and it's it just makes this so tense and so it's just one of those things. We watch them, but you just don't want to see anything bad happen, and it's just coming so close so often.
And here's a pedestrian right there. Oh my goodness.
It's a tense situation here.
And he's going the wrong way.
Santee and Olympic, that's where we are right now. If anybody is keeping track of this stuff, he's staying in a very, very crowded area, and it's already proven to almost bring this to an end. Going through a busy intersection, solid red light right there, making our way over towards the convention center. But now we're going northbound again. on Broadway. So this is continuing in the downtown area. Officers from LAPD on the ground, in the air, and staying right behind that vehicle. Sky 9 is going to move those buildings out of the way very conveniently for us as he's continuing northbound on Broadway. Every intersection, though, you just got to stay on it because it looks like it's just random. He's just taking this turn, that turn, and sometimes he puts himself in these spots where you think it's going to come to an end. Is LAPD taking any other measures to bring this to an end? Yes, of course they are. But how do you get in front of this? How do you get in front of a vehicle where it's just making all these random turns?
That's the big question. I mean, and what could be going through this guy's mind? Where does he think he's going to end up? Certainly he's not trying to make it on the freeway. Jail, hopefully, right, because he's in the vicinity of an LA Men's Central Jail. But what could he be thinking? Where could he be wanting to go?
And we know they're desperate because they've been driving so erratically. And then at points, to remember, they were throwing out clothes or items.
Yep, items in a vehicle. You know, sometimes we give these suspects more credit than maybe they deserve. You know, like a plan, an idea. You know, this is just random moves, random acts, and he's just trying to stay away from the officers. That's it. Trying to stay out of jail. Maybe they're just relishing their last couple of minutes inside that vehicle, not in cuffs, and hopefully not in a hospital. And more so, hopefully not injuring somebody on the streets. And he's come so close to so many this afternoon. There's probably a lot of people that are probably going to be going home saying, I saw this person just cut me off at high speeds or drive the wrong way on the freeway today. Yeah. Back onto Figueroa, looks like we're going to be going northbound on Figueroa. So we are getting closer, and it looks like we're going to be going back again the way we came. So we're going to be heading eastbound once again. So off of Figueroa, I'm not sure if what street that's going to be, maybe a numbered street. There he goes. Even the police helicopter momentarily loses this vehicle, getting the information from the guys on the ground. Making another turn to the south, so now basically just doing blocks. That was Wilshire, was on southbound Flower from Wilshire, and it looks like just doing blocks right now. Yeah. Maybe he saw something. Maybe he saw like a parking garage. Go ahead.
Do hold that thought. In case you're just joining us, you're watching breaking news here on KCAL 9 News at 4 o'clock and CBS 2 News. We are simulcasting a pursuit that's been going on for about an hour or so, a dangerous pursuit, a high-speed pursuit. Now it's in the downtown LA area. Apparently there might be 3 suspects in the car, in that white SUV. They're possibly robbery suspects. We do not know whether they're armed, but they have been driving at very dangerous speeds. They have been making very erratic moves. They are desperate to get away from police at this time. LAPD is in hot pursuit of these guys.
And sometimes we've seen them put down some spike strips, but we don't know if that has actually worked. Let's see. Stu, do you see?
Stu, where are they now?
Yeah. They've actually got across onto the west side of the 110 freeway. I think that's Bixel. Pretty sure that's Bixel. Okay. Now working his way back onto 7th Street. So we're basically working our way back into the downtown area. Wilshire Grand right there in the shot. So it's getting kind of difficult. These bigger buildings making it difficult to keep an eye on where that.
Okay, we seem to have lost Stu. All right, you are watching breaking news. This pursuit is never ending. And we are picking it up again, a Sky 9 shot. You see a number of LAPD units in pursuit of that SUV there. It has been driving erratically. It has been driving dangerously all over downtown LA. LAPD in pursuit of 3 robbery suspects, possibly 3, in that car. Possibly armed. We haven't been able to confirm that. They have been throwing things out of the car as they're driving around downtown in circles.
And the drivers sometimes barreling through these intersections, not stopping. We've seen pedestrians on bicycles. We've seen people in their wheelchairs. We've seen at one point it looked like the driver was going to get boxed in the Fashion District, but that didn't happen because drivers were actually moving out of the way, and possibly because they heard those sirens and thinking, okay, I need to move for the officer, not knowing that a pursuit was right behind them. So now we're back on it. Stu, where are we now?
We're southbound. I believe this is going to be Flower, and we just passed 8th Street. It's in downtown Los Angeles. That's where we are. Another hard turn, making a turn off to the east. We'll get this the numbered street here in just a second. It's slowing down a little bit again, but you don't know why. That's the thing. Now we're going against traffic one more time. So this is going to be a one-way street, getting very close to one of the vehicles out there. But we're going northbound on a southbound only. It's a one-way street right here. Now he's correcting us. That was on Grand, and now we're making our way back onto, I believe it's going to be 7th Street. Now, northbound back onto Broadway, or
clearly
and this pursuit continuing in the downtown area.
I wonder, again, hard to say what these guys are thinking, but they are literally driving in circles around downtown.
We did see them try to get on the freeway a couple times, but then it looks like the driver thought that was a bad idea because the 101 North is going to get extremely busy with
They're southbound. I don't know where, though. There he is. Southbound right now. There he goes. When he gets behind those buildings, it gets very difficult to keep an eye on him. So we always kind of we gotta rely on. I just want to give just real quick. My pilot Brendan this afternoon. Every now and then when you lose our signal, that's usually because of the maneuvers the helicopters are making. We lose our signal, and that's because it doesn't seem like it. But Brendan doing an amazing job keeping the helicopter safe, but maneuvering quite a bit this afternoon as we make these turns, trying to keep an eye on this vehicle as he's making his way through the downtown area. Just want to throw that out there. Difficult, not so difficult for me to run that camera and keep an eye on it, but Brendan's got to actually move the helicopter and follow this thing around, and then also think about where he's going and how these buildings are going to affect us. So doing an amazing job this afternoon for sure. That suspects inside that vehicle. You know what? I'm not going to give them any props at all. It is amazing that they haven't hit anybody this afternoon. They continue to drive erratically, high speeds, dangerous maneuvers, lots of pedestrians out here in the downtown area, and that doesn't seem to faze this person at all. Robbery suspects, that's all we know. Was it a residential robbery? Not sure. But LAPD's been in pursuit of these folks since almost the inception of that crime. So they may have been being watched. Right now, they do know that these are very dangerous suspects. Otherwise, they might have done a different tactic. They might have just gone into a tracking mode, or they may have, maybe they were known suspects and they would have picked them up someplace else. LAPD, there's a car coming right at them down there. And right now, in the downtown area, extremely dangerous maneuvers, packed streets, going the wrong way. Can't even count how many times he's made that maneuver. And right now, northbound Broadway, passing 6th Street, heading back out towards down towards the courthouse and etc. But right now, these streets are packed.
Yeah. When you say the streets are packed. The streets are packed because a lot of people are getting out of work, getting ready to get out of work at this hour. So you'll expect to see more traffic and a lot more pedestrian traffic in the next 20 minutes or so.
Especially around downtown when a lot of people
might the courts let out or
walk or take the bus to work or whatnot. You got to wonder, at what point does the driver just go, gosh, this is getting tiresome, circle, 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 wrong way, officers on his back. I mean...
Yeah.
You would think that he would, okay, this is just not working out.
Yeah, let's just give on. Easier said than done.
It looks like the window has rolled back
on
up.
Los Angeles. The driver's window was down just for a hot second. He just had it down for a moment and it went right back up. Southbound Los Angeles streets where we are, downtown Los Angeles area, got heavy cross traffic right there, and pedestrians walking across the street. How many times have we seen that?
Yeah.
Of course, they're seeing this car barreling down on them and lights and sirens. They need to get out of the way. Right now, though, that suspect continues to keep the officers just at bay. Looks like we're making another turn back. Looks like we're going to be heading westbound 7th from Los Angeles. So heading back into that very thick downtown Los Angeles area again, squeezing his way through, trying to get out onto that major streets and continuing on past Main. And now on the wrong side of the road because there's traffic. And there's going to be a lot of traffic. Working his way through another intersection, keeping an eye on which way he turns through Spring. So he's continuing on. There he is. And this just keeps going and going and going.
Downtown's got to be one of the worst places to try to pull these maneuvers because of the one-way streets, the traffic, and the people. Very dangerous.
It's a work
yeah.
truck. Oh! That's the first time we've seen him actually hit a vehicle. And the only reason I know that, the alarm went off on the van.
Oh.
So he just basically bumped into that van right there. So that's the first time we've seen him make contact with a vehicle. Obviously, you know, I was saying how Brennan's been working so hard keeping up with this. That driver down there may actually be starting to deal with some fatigue as well. And that could also cause some other problems. He might become less alert. It looks like there's a lot of traffic right there. Continuing northbound on Main from 6. I saw a lot of traffic down there. If he would have taken that street, he would have basically put himself back in that same spot. Northbound Main.
Isn't that the area of the
jewelry?
See
some officers right there. Yes, officers right there with some spike strips. Not sure if they were successful, but they definitely had some ready. They tossed them out. Do not know if they made contact.
Well, this is a tough one. Here's some officers right here. Looks like trying
to.
You saw that? See that? They tried.
Yeah. So they're making every effort, and you know, in the downtown area, the blocks are a little bit smaller. We know that for a fact because we've been watching it. So it gives the officers a little bit more of an opportunity to randomly get ahead of this vehicle. Not sure if any of those spike strips made any contact, but you can see him actually speeding up. So he's realizing that they're making an effort to bring this thing to an end.
Yeah.
Approaching First Street, higher speeds up here. If he has low tires, it's going to be difficult. Blending in right there, I think that's going to be, I'm not sure. First Street, making a First Street. So eastbound First Street and speeding up. And making just higher speeds. If he's got lower tires, I'm just hoping this thing does not end in a tragedy.
Yeah. The First Street, where does it take us in the direction that he's going?
Well, if he follows it, it'll take us out towards, right now we just passed San Pedro Street, really tight. Alameda would be a major, but we're heading back out towards the Boyle Heights area, out of the downtown Los Angeles area. But this driver getting a little agitated. Did not like those spike strips being tossed out in front of him. Coming up on Alameda right now, very hard turn, very hard sweeping turn, and a lot of traffic. It kind of jammed in here. Don't know what his thoughts are right there, but going against traffic, northbound and the southbound lanes on Alameda. Alameda also. I mean, we should just throw a blanket. All streets very busy out here. Yeah, and now very much on the wrong side of the road, making a left turn right there on Temple. Oh my goodness, this thing just keeps going and going.
This is dizzying.
You know, seems like a lot of the streets out here now have a lot of traffic stopped at the lights, which just a lot of cross traffic, trying to blend in, swerving a little bit, and that kind of shows you too. We haven't seen that vehicle swerving. Back on Los Angeles Street, passing the 110 freeway. So we're basically heading back. Oh, nope, we're getting onto the freeway.
Oh, that's going to be interesting with traffic.
Yeah.
Which freeway are we getting on, Dee? The 110?
This is going to be the 101. 110? 110. I think this is the 110. 101 freeway.
So the 101, 110 interchange is in that area. It's going to be, look at that. It'll traffic, it's going to get congested. He's trying to...
The 4 level is going to get very congested. And a lot of folks out here, you know, everybody's trying to get where they want to go.
Yeah.
So it does get a little bit pushy in this area, politely pushy. We're all LA folks. But this vehicle, you know, he's more than aggressive and really picking up those speeds. Looks like he's in that gore point. Not sure where he's going to go. It looks like he's going over some curbs right there, which probably not doing. Staying on the 101 freeway, but probably, you know, hitting those curbs, that might cause some tire issues as well. Hopefully he's going to get some flat tires and it's just going to bring this thing to an end. Right now, though, 101 freeway, the direction he's heading, right now, not so bad. If we make it to Hollywood, it's going to be stop and go, and it's going to give him some unusual options. Looks like he's doing a lot of maneuvering out here, and he doesn't seem to stay on the freeway, so I'm guessing possibly off at Echo. 101 northbound heading into the Hollywood area. Right now, Echo Park, and high speeds on the freeway, and Are the officers close by or
They are, and one of the officers off of Alvarado, high speeds, fishtailing a little bit, and there he goes on to Bellevue. One of the officer that we've been watching, that's been doing such an awesome job, running out of fuel.
Oh wow! So I wonder if this
on Glendale. So
going to run out of fuel anytime
yeah, so depends what he started with. But right now they're actually asking to get another unit that has a light bar, meaning the lights on top of the vehicle to get behind this thing once again. It's a red light, but he actually has got a lot of distance between him and the officers, which isn't so good because now these folks on the ground down there, they don't have the benefit of the lights and sirens. They don't have the benefits of the sirens coming and being alerted. So making some really hard turns out here right around Echo Park. But you can see using every out available to them, and right in front of a bus. It looks like we're going to be northbound, and I think we're on Echo Park going northbound.
Incredible. Just
Whoa.
Okay, he's crashed into a business.
He crashed
into a bus stop.
This guy didn't even open the door.
Oh, and now he's out.
Right out there. He's out. No. Don't try that. Don't try that.
Yeah, he's running. There are 36 police officers on foot in pursuit, a number of them.
Okay.
They're running after
and
the
this
guy
guy's still trying to outrun the officers. And that's going to be the end of it right there. Oh, all of a sudden you want to play nice. There you go, onto the ground.
They got one.
That was the driver. They got one, and that's the most important right there. That was the driver. That was the one they really, really wanted. Sunset near Echo Park. The vehicle basically, it was a ghost pit maneuver. Just kind of lost control on its own. Crashed into a bus stop. Thank goodness nobody was there. Officers right there. They're clearing the vehicle. The other folks out on foot. We're going to try to listen in, see if we can find these where the other ones ran to. Right now, though, the main suspect in the custody. But wow, what a crazy end to that pursuit. And he did make contact with another vehicle. I'm being corrected. He did hit another car, and that's where he lost control and crashed into that bus.
Yeah, it's that burgundy car right there, right in the middle of the street.
So,
wow.
And, so officers from LAPD, they may be setting up a perimeter, but
there are a number of
businesses. The main suspect.
There are a number of businesses in that area that these guys could have run into. So you're right, Stu. They're gonna create a perimeter, and they're going to conduct a search, an intense search for these guys.
And we at first thought it was possibly 3 people in the car, but I saw 2 people hop out. So maybe there's a third that ran away as well. We just didn't see the third person.
He could have hopped on the other side.
But the way it looked like the SUV crashed, the door might have been pinned. Who knows?
Yeah.
But that was you called that a ghost pit maneuver, right, Stu?
It was not a pit maneuver. It was not a pit maneuver. He made contact with another vehicle. At first, I thought he just kind of swerved and lost control on his own. But he did make contact with another vehicle. That right there underneath the tree, of course, because it's my shot. The second suspect in custody. But now we're hearing that there were only 2 people in the vehicle. They're saying that officers on the ground calling a code 4, but this is a very fluid situation. That might change up. They have 2 suspects in custody. Got one suspect in custody there. The driver we saw being tackled and taken into custody a little bit farther south. So we have 2 in custody. Officers on the ground working this out right now, but they believe that they have everybody that was in the vehicle in custody right now, coming to a crashing end. Thank goodness nobody on the ground hurt down there at the corner of Echo Park and Sunset when that vehicle hit another car, may have lost control and hit another car. All that'll come out in the wash, but it definitely went into a bus stop. Thank goodness nobody at that bus stop.
Indeed.
But they are definitely wrapping this up.
Wow, what a series of events.
Incredible.
I think this has been one of the more intense pursuits we've covered. Indeed. In case you're watching, you are watching the end of a pursuit. Thank goodness for that, because this was a dangerous one. This started possibly around, what, 3:45, like maybe an hour ago? In the vicinity.
Glendale area, the 5 and the 2.
Yeah, along there, that's where Stu Mundell picked it up. That white car there with 2 people inside, robbery suspects, took LAPD for a ride all the way around the Southland, mainly downtown LA, through Glendale, Elysian Park, down, and then finally ending at downtown LA, at the corner of Sunset and Echo Park. Insane, and thank goodness no one was hurt, because this driver was driving so dangerously, narrowly missing pedestrians, sideswiping a car or two.
Looked like a bus at one point. He might have even hit.
Yep. And at a high rate of speed.
To take over another vehicle.
He tried to carjack. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Sharon, I think at one point you even
said... just shows you those locking doors. It is, you know, sometimes my friends make jokes about it, but, you know, if your door's locked when you put it in drive, it's a good thing. Trust me. It helped that driver right there. Right now, though, they are saying 2 people in custody. They are saying code 4, but they are closing down at least Echo Park, the street Echo Park here at Sunset for all the police activity. But they'll probably move this down. Sunset is going to be reopened. They're saying 2 in custody. Unsure if there may still be 1 outstanding.
But it's a code 4, right, Stu?
But and they recovered 1 gun. They recovered 1 gun.
Okay, they got one.
They did recover a weapon.
Okay.
They did recover a weapon. So that shows you also that was one of the reasons why very dangerous suspect, and they had to stay with it. They had to follow this to the end. They had to stay in pursuit because, you know, our armed suspect and possibly these LAPD, they know a lot more about what's going on than we do, and they had their reasons. And thank goodness that nobody really hurt this afternoon. An armed suspect off the streets, and thank goodness nobody hurt in this crash.
It'll be interesting if we do find out what they were throwing from the car, because we saw at one point lots of things being thrown from the car.
It could have been items that they had stolen if they were robbery suspects.
And this pursuit ending right here. The driver crashed into a bus stop. Thankfully, nobody's sitting on the bus stop. We're reaching the 5 o'clock hour. A lot of people getting out of work.
I wonder how the people in that car are doing. The one in the burgundy colored car.
If there's damage to that vehicle, hopefully it'll be minor damage. We'll move the helicopter around and get a better look at it. It got the rear bumper knocked off. Did you see that driver, though? I don't know how he pulled that off. He jumped out of the driver's side window after the accident. It was the most bizarre thing that I'd seen in a long time for a pursuit. Just, you know, how do you maneuver your way out the driver's side window like that? The door could have opened, but he chose to jump out. It does appear he rear-ended a vehicle, and that's what sent him into that bus stop. As we're making our way around, now we can see more damage on there. They're probably going to call for an ambulance, but it doesn't seem like any serious injuries out here.
And Stu, at this point, officers, do they just talk to all of the witnesses? What do they normally do in your experience at this point?
They exactly what you said. They will talk to the folks that are here at the end. Of course, the people inside that burgundy vehicle, they are going to call an ambulance just to make sure that they are okay. Possibly they will be taken to the hospital to be checked out. This lady right there, they're probably just going to talk to her, get her statement, get her name, because they might need her later on because of the attempt carjacking. That person did try that door. 1 weapon was recovered. Not sure if it was on that person or in that vehicle, but they're definitely going to talk to her and get her information. Some crime tape going up. Hopefully they'll open up Sunset Boulevard here shortly, because Sunset does get busy. Echo Park Boulevard out here, not a major throughway, so it probably won't be a traffic issue, but this is going to be a crime scene for quite some time. 2 in custody, that's what we know. And they are saying that they're calling this code 4, meaning it's over. So they might not be looking for a third person. I just want, for my own peace of mind, I want to know if there was a third person. Looks like there's another vehicle that was involved right there. The driver's side door popped open. That might have been what caused all this. There you go. So a driver's side door tore apart. So he hit that driver's side door. Somebody trying to get out. That door's not going to close, sir. Yeah. And then losing control, hitting that vehicle, and then ending up in that bus stop. Thank goodness there is nobody on that sidewalk.
And Stu, we have some video from earlier that our viewers can see right here. this driver and other drivers on the road, as this guy was at one point almost hit a red car right there, driving on sidewalks, driving on the opposite side of the road. And it started about 3:45, we believe, up in the Glendale area, and it made its way all the way down here to Echo Park. Officers, at one point you see right here, looked like he almost possibly crashed into a bus.
Yeah,
Did not.
a school bus, in fact, sideswiping a couple of cars. Look at that. The fancy footwork on this, with this car is incredible. Going at very high rates of speed, narrowly missing pedestrians, people in wheelchairs crossing
4
crosswalks.
months, so a pregnant woman in the burgundy vehicle.
So we're getting that word from Stu Mundell that there was a pregnant woman in that burgundy vehicle. Do we know how she's doing? Is she okay?
I'm hoping that she's okay. I'm sure we're going to see an ambulance here shortly. If not in just a few moments. I'm pretty sure there's a fire station right down the street. So there you go. Some of the first responders from LA City Fire, the paramedics will be here shortly. The first person they're going to talk to is probably going to be that pregnant woman. This woman, she might just be shooken up. It might have been just a very scary experience. Thank goodness that door was locked. If that door wasn't locked, things could have really changed up quickly. Again, not confirmed. We're trying to. It's a very, very fluid situation. We're trying to sort this all out and confirm before we blurt. But we do see that that vehicle, apparently somebody trying to get out or maybe trying to get in. And that door was definitely open when that contact happened, and that's what brought this thing to an end here on Echo Park Boulevard and near Sunset. And you can see that car right into the bus stop. Thank goodness nobody on the sidewalk, nobody in the bus stop. Believe that that is the woman from the burgundy vehicle, and you can see her very shook up just by her, the way she's moving around.
I think she's on the phone.
She's on the phone.
Yeah, she's on the phone. Indeed. Well, I'm glad she seems to be okay. I'm sure she's really, really shaken up from the whole experience. In case you're just watching us, you're watching the end of pursuit that's been going on for about an hour now. Through the streets of downtown LA, a very dangerous pursuit of two robbery suspects. You see one of them running out of their car after crashing into a bus stop in the Echo Park area, the Echo Park Sunset Boulevard area. There you see a number of police officers in pursuit of that one person believed to be the driver. They will take him down momentarily, but these guys, gosh, they have driven all over downtown LA and risking many lives.
And it looks like right there, you're seeing earlier about 5 officers, I believe, took down the driver as the passenger ran the other way. Here you see from much earlier, looked like the driver and passenger were tossing things out, possibly clothing, papers.
Yeah.
I even thought I saw maybe something that looked like a cell phone.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
It looked like it hit hard, but here you see them driving through the streets of LA, fast, erratic.
On the wrong side of the street, on the wrong side of the freeway.
Barely missing cars and pedestrians. Well, slowed down right there and then kept on going, but taking officers on a ride through downtown LA.
They were not going to be stopped. They were doing everything they can in desperation to get away. And there you see them trying to, actually narrowly missing the guy who was trying to cross. He was in a wheelchair. Thank goodness he's safe. Thank goodness so many people were safe.
As far as we know, it has not gotten onto a freeway, but it is extremely dangerous, not only for the passenger inside that car, but for people around this area as well. We saw them going up onto lawns. We're seeing, again, making these really scary moves in traffic, driving on the wrong side of the street often, and just refusing to pull over.
And he is continuing now eastbound on Firestone. You see some damage there to the front of the car. That was caused when he crashed through a chain link fence. An indication of the desperation with which he has chosen to conduct himself during this chase. And also an indicator that he's going to do whatever he can to try to get away. He's certainly been doing it so far. He's been driving on the wrong side of the road. We're going to see what he does here to try to get this person to move out of the way. With police in close pursuit. We believe the agency directly behind him is Southgate PD. They're in their city and pretty much staying within a fairly close radius of the city of Southgate.
Have you noticed, Mark, how quickly people have been getting out of the way? We've had so many pursuits recently. It seems like people just kind of have a sense for it now. If it's happening near them, they see a car coming up on them. Oh my gosh, okay. Making an erratic move there to get onto the freeway. And this is the first time we believe that this individual is getting on the freeway, but seems to be having a tough time doing it. Getting on the road to get on the southbound 710 freeway.
Southbound 710 freeway at this time of day. I'm not too familiar with it at this time of day on a weekday, but you can bet because it's an LA freeway, it's going to have a certain amount of traffic no matter where you are and what direction you're going, and that appears to be the case here. He's weaving in and out. There is some room for him to do so. You see him heading southbound on the 710 freeway now in Southgate. This, to our knowledge, as Michelle reported, is the first time we've seen him get on a freeway. So we don't know whether the CHP will get involved. We are sure they have been alerted already that this pursuit has now entered the freeway. That is their jurisdiction. That is their bailiwick. They know how to deal with things. They know how to close off-ramps and on-ramps in advance of a pursuit to keep traffic to a minimum. They know how to do those kind of round-robin things to stop traffic to the rear of a pursuit to keep people from coming alongside of it. They're going to do whatever they can to keep people away from this guy as he continues to try to evade police. The original want, we do not know, but we know there appears to be some sort of domestic violence situation involved here because of reports that the driver is hitting his female passenger while he's been driving and evading police.
Driving now partly in that emergency lane, and in not too long we'll have to make a choice whether to continue on the 710 or perhaps get on the 105 freeway as we continue to head south on the 710 freeway out of Southgate. And this first time that this has gotten onto the freeway just now, about a minute ago. We're now into the Linwood area, so we're very close to the 105 freeway. We're not sure exactly how many people are in that car. We do know that there is at least one female passenger. We're not sure if there's anyone in the back seat as well. It's hard to see with those blacked out windows. It's a silver Honda Accord, and it does have some front end damage from an earlier run-in with a chain link fence that the driver just smashed into and continued going while it obscured his vision. Drove about a half a block with that, moving that fence about a half a block, and then went up onto some lawns, and it was pretty crazy, and some very close calls going through stop signs and red lights and close encounters with pedestrians, and now we are on the freeway, which does bring down the danger level a bit, but still very dangerous nonetheless.
It's always dangerous, as we have seen so many times, of course, Michelle. It's always dangerous when these pursuits are happening. He is passing, I believe that might be the 91 freeway that he's passing under right now, or the 405. Oh, no, I think it's the 105 freeway passing. Anyway, he's now continuing southbound on the 710 through Linwood. Now heading into, he's definitely staying in Los Angeles County. The varying agencies around here, the Sheriff's Department patrols Linwood. If he continues, of course, on the 710 southbound, he's going to pass through Carson and into Long Beach. He'll be in Long Beach all the way till the freeway ends, of course, on that 710. Yeah, we're in Compton now, passing through there, and the traffic, as you see, is getting heavier. He's using the emergency lane to try to get around all that traffic.
Yeah, that works for now, but we'll see how that may not work for very long. You never know, there could be a car in the way, but we shall see. Coming up now on the 91 freeway, and we anticipate that this will continue on the 710, just given the fact that I'm not sure, well, actually, if you can get on the 405 or the 91 by staying on the far left of the freeway here, maybe you can. But for now, staying on the 710 southbound now in the Compton area, and the next major freeway will be the 405.
Right, and there's a good tight shot of that driver who has a passenger, reportedly female, in the passenger side, of course, and he has been hitting her during this pursuit. Now you saw him making that pretty erratic move to get to the far right. And now he's really accelerating, trying to get past those trucks. You know, this area, too, the 710, heading to the port of Long Beach, you're going to have a lot of truck traffic, a lot of big rigs that are on that freeway. He's getting off now. This is Alondra. This would be, this would take him, it's very close to Compton, very close to Carson. And now he's crossing all those lanes of traffic, trying to make a left-hand turn there. Getting on the freeway again, looks like it. Trying to go in the opposite direction, it would appear. We're going to find out where he's heading.
We're going to try to find out if this is...
Yeah,
oh,
still on the 710.
South. Okay.
Still heading southbound.
Still heading southbound. So I was going to say, well, maybe he's going to head back to where this all started, but that's not the case. Heading southbound now, still on the 710 freeway. And this has been going on for close to a half an hour now. We're not sure what the initial want was, but we believe it started in the Southgate area, and it continues now on the 710 freeway. So far, they have not had any opportunities for pit maneuvers or spike strips, and perhaps they will soon. Now we're getting off. Where is this?
This is Long Beach. He's now entered the city of Long Beach. He's now heading on to the eastbound 91 freeway.
Okay.
Which I think at this time of day is going to be pretty packed. I think it's going to be pretty heavy traffic that he is now heading into. Yeah, it looks like it. Look at the road to the right. He's going to be joining those drivers shortly. So he may have put himself into a bit of difficulty here. Of course, a determined driver is going to do what he can. We're going to see what he decides to do. There is an emergency lane. There are other options for him that are not in any way legal, but are physically possible. So he's, those sorts of... We don't know what sparked the desperation. We don't know why this person is running from police. We don't know why police initially came in contact with him. But he is continuing to evade, continuing to take the 91 freeway now, eastbound, passing up a lot of traffic. You can see the traffic this time of day. It's rush hour, and the freeways are packed. There aren't too many options for you at this time of day to try to get into an area that is clear of traffic. And whether there is or not, the police can keep up with you. This is still, we believe, Southgate PD that is directly behind him. So even though he's been on the freeway for some time, like the varying freeways between the 710 and now the 91, the CHP is not, at this point, the lead agency. They have not transferred leadership of the pursuit to the Highway Patrol. They are continuing to maintain it in the hands of this pursuing local police agency, which we believe is Southgate. Looks like he's getting off here. This is the 91 freeway, getting off maybe at
Cherry. Getting off at Cherry.
Oh,
so this is the North Long Beach area, Cherry Avenue.
He's not getting off.
Okay,
He didn't get off. It's one of those off ramps where you can change your mind on, and he elected to do exactly that.
Oh, goodness. Okay, back into this emergency lane, and we've seen this before, which is extremely dangerous. And we're getting word now that he is wanted for domestic violence, and the evidence against him is mounting, as we've heard reports that he was actually beating his passenger in the car while this pursuit was underway earlier. I'm not sure if that has continued on, but that was seen earlier by police, and we're not sure how this started, if there was a want out for him and they spotted the car or what, but we do know that the pursuit started in the Southgate area, and now it is in this area of Bellflower, Lakewood, on the 91 freeway.
All right, looks like another off-ramp that it looked like he was going to take and decided not to. You get the impression he was familiar with that kind of southeast L.A. County area of Southgate, Huntington Park, South L.A., Compton, because he did get off on, he was in the surface streets there and he kind of circled around that area. One wonders if he doesn't have that sort of familiarity here, and maybe that's why he's not taking the off-ramps, or hasn't thus far. It's like he's doing head fakes here. And now he is taking the off-ramp, Lakewood Boulevard, off the 91 freeway. We're going to see which direction he goes on Lakewood Boulevard. It's at the bottom of the off-ramp now. Absolutely stopped traffic. He's pulling his way, trying to...
these drivers to get out of the way right now. It's very scary. It looks like he may have hit that red car, that Mini Cooper. Hard to tell. but coming up on really thick traffic and putting a lot of drivers in peril right now. The police following very closely throughout this pursuit. We haven't seen it go into tracking mode, and that is probably because the passenger is in extreme danger, so they want to stay right up on it. They do not want to go into tracking mode knowing that that passenger could be in extreme danger.
Absolutely, and they're going to do what they can. They have to rescue somebody. They're going to have to rescue somebody at the end of this pursuit. However this thing ends, this is involves a rescue of someone who is in dire straits. Our signal's breaking up. We apologize for that. He is heading northbound on Lakewood Boulevard from the 91 freeway. And this is a business district, not residential. You're going to see a lot of traffic signals, and that one was green, which is good. We're hoping, for the sake of everyone, that he doesn't run any more red lights, because every time he does, of course, the potential for catastrophic accidents is very high.
Yeah, we've already seen him run down a fence and carry that fence with him for at least a half a block, and then go over some people's lawns. Lots of driving on the wrong side of the road. Lots of going through red lights and stop signs. Really just complete disregard for the laws of the road. And continuing now on surface streets, which, as we know, is very dangerous, much more so than being on the freeways, because you have the intersections that he's going through without slowing down or stopping. And, of course, the whole pedestrian thing comes into play, where people are up on the sidewalks or crossing the street and could be hit by this individual.
Yeah, and the thing about it is he's going fast enough where somebody could be appearing out of nowhere, and there's just nothing he can do. He won't be able to stop. He won't be able to slow down. He might not even be able to swerve out of the way. Neither will they. When you're just minding your own business, not expecting something like this to come up on you, and then it suddenly does. Catastrophe can occur, and we've certainly seen that. We saw one last week where somebody in a minivan was broadsided, or an SUV was broadsided by a pursuit suspect. A woman was ended up being taken to the hospital in that case, and we're hoping that doesn't happen here. This is continuing now on in Lakewood, now going northbound.
Okay, and very limited options as far as the police go, because it's on surface streets with traffic, so it's very hard to just suddenly put out a spike strip when the driver is making a lot of moves. It's hard to track where this individual is heading. That is key for putting out a spike strip, is the ability to anticipate where this individual is going. But he's been making a lot of turns, and with all the other traffic on the road, it's really hard to bring this to a stop that way. Putting his arm out the window now, gesturing out the window, not sure what that was all about. Eastbound Rosecrans now, still in the Lakewood area, and if he were to get back on the freeway now, I believe it would be the 105. But right now, it continues now on the surface streets as we approach the 6 o'clock hour. And I'm joined now by David Ono, Eyewitness News at 6.
Hi, Michelle. And as we continue to cover this pursuit, a very dangerous pursuit at that, it's been reiterated that this is a potential domestic violence suspect, as this person once again runs another red light. Very dangerous driving by this person. Obviously, it's somebody who is extremely angry, extremely heightened. There are witnesses saying that they have been seeing him beat the woman that is sitting next to him. There is a passenger, and it's a female passenger in that car. This potentially a domestic violence case right here. And when we pushed in from Air 7, when we had the opportunity to actually see inside that car, you could see the two people almost tangled with their arms. I don't know if he's holding her or she's holding him, and he seems to be extremely agitated, looking at her, looking back at the road, looking at her, back at the road. We've already noted the fact that he's driven on lawns, driven through chain link fences, very dangerous driving. And it does seem, though, that with his heightened sense of alert, anything can happen at this point. He's in Bellflower now. We're being told he's going about 40 miles an hour on surface streets. He's running into occasional traffic there. And Southgate police are right behind him. We haven't seen, there's a little bit of signal breakup there, but bear with us. We'll get through that as he continues through Bellflower. Ellen Leva joins me right now, as well as we prepare for Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock, 5:59. Going into the next half hour, Ellen, And this is one of those pursuits that you just don't know how it's going to happen.
Yeah, very disturbing to watch, because we know that that woman already is in danger. Man wanted for domestic violence. It started about a half hour ago. And we've seen evidence that perhaps he has been striking the woman while he's driving. So obviously this woman is deeply in deep trouble with this man.
Right, and we probably need to say that we're going to handle this very carefully. Police will as well. We cover the news every day, and when it comes to these extremely violent acts, many of them do occur in situations that are domestic. Just this irate, this rage, this heightened sense, and they become very violent. Officers, obviously, they know that. They're going to try to handle this as best as they possibly can. And it would be great if they could somehow bring this to an end. But it is the afternoon. There's a tremendous amount of traffic out there. A pit maneuver, when they're around all that traffic, is out of the question. A spike strip, sometimes it's very difficult to get into a position to actually lay down a spike strip. So as they go into Norwalk from Bellflower, entering Norwalk now, officers are just content with kind of staying behind and watching for an opportunity and try to keep things as safe as possible.
And you can see him weaving in and out of traffic. He's been going on the emergency lane. He's been going the wrong side of the road. And a very delicate operation for these officers, because they want to stop their man, but they also want to protect the woman that is riding in that car. And hopefully, you know, she's wearing a seatbelt. We don't know what the situation is, but they have to be very cautious to protect the woman's life.
Right, and as there's been a lot of physical activity inside that car. We don't know if she's being hurt or not. Maybe they're just wrestling over, you know, the car. We just don't know. But there is a tremendous amount of concern. So there is a look at the suspect he's driving with. See how he was always looking over? They clearly are talking, maybe yelling, maybe arguing. Constantly moving, looking at her, looking at the road, looking at her, looking at the road. There's his arm waving around, too, as he holds on to the steering wheel. So watching that activity inside the car gives us some indication that this suspect doesn't appear to be willing to calm down and pull over. He is angry, he's agitated, and with that woman in the car, it really complicates things.
And right now we do have, we're joined by Bruce Thomas. He's a law enforcement expert, and thank you so much for joining us. Are you there, Bruce?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
This is an obviously a very different type of situation in a pursuit with this woman in the car with this domestic violence suspect. What's the best way to handle this, and what's your take on this?
Well, it does present different challenges to law enforcement because you have a suspect and a victim in the car, so you have to take that into account when the pursuit at the terminus, the end of the pursuit. What they're chasing is a felony domestic violence suspect who is agitated and angry.
Right, and so, okay, there he goes, continue to drive erratically, very fast. Keep in mind, Southgate police are staying nearby. He's northeast on San Antonio, which is there in Norwalk, really accelerating right now. I don't know if there was a light there or a stop sign or what, but he is flying through there. So, and he's in a Honda, it looks like a Honda Accord.
You can see her legs, too. They're up on the dashboard right now.
Oh, wow. That is interesting. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, pointing out that
maybe she's bracing herself or something.
Maybe so. Maybe so. She's bracing herself for potential collision. She might be just scared, really scared. And Bruce, so this complication, you said there's a suspect and a victim inside the car. How does that change things when this comes to an end?
Well, what we're seeing from Air 7 HD is it seems like the female, the victim as we'll call her, doesn't seem to really be afraid of the suspect to some degree. So there may be a little more to this domestic violence story than what was put out over the radio. As you can see from Air 7 HD, when they zoom in, she seems very complacent, very calm almost. With the problem, David, as you said, at the end of the pursuit is you're going to have to call the suspect out. They do have some sort of relationship, so how willing is she going to be to have her spouse, significant other, boyfriend to be taken into custody remains to be seen.
It's such a difficult situation with a domestic violence victim because you don't know the fear that she's feeling, how afraid she is of her partner there, and what she's going through, because a lot of times it's just fear that holds them back.
It's complicated, though, but also if he's a loved one of hers, you don't know if she's going to be an ally of his or an ally of police officers when this thing does come to an end. And you don't know if she's going to get in the way of them taking care of business and doing their jobs, or if she's going to welcome them to try to get him into custody and get him to calm down.
Yeah, and we have seen people interject themselves into the law enforcement officers bringing the suspect into custody by holding on to him or basically saying, I love you and want you to go to jail.
Mm-hmm. So there he is. He's flying through the streets of Norwalk, cutting corners.
I guess now it's Santa Fe Springs, 5 southbound Santa Fe Springs. And again, as they believe, he's getting back on that 5 southbound. And traffic is relatively light right here, but he has come into some places where he's come to a stop. Look at him just go across 6 lanes.
Yeah, he's coming across some traffic, and then he does a really dangerous swerve there. He's not even on a lane right now. Okay. And whoa. That was an illusion there because of the overpass that we suddenly saw. It almost looked like there's a collision that's going to take place, but his driving is really erratic right now, Bruce.
Yeah, funny rush hour traffic, freeway traffic is back. It's heavy. At some point, South is going to have to turn this over to a bigger agency such as Calvert Highway Patrol, as they just don't have the manpower. They are asking for mutual aid from LA County Sheriffs to have their air step up and call the pursuit for the officers, for their safety.
Right. All right. We're having a little bit of an issue with Bruce's phone right now, but we got the gist of that, Bruce, that Southgate, this is becoming such a big pursuit that perhaps maybe they should turn it over to the CHP, but there is Southgate still behind him. However, every time he goes surface streets then, does that throw off the CHP, and who should take this over?
Yeah, ultimately, when you get off freeway onto the surface streets, they would turn it over to possibly the LA County Sheriffs as they're in the Santa Fe Springs area, and eventually sheriffs will jump in when requested on.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's going the wrong way in the street right now.
There you go.
He's jumped over. He's in oncoming lanes right there, and he navigated through it. Boy, but that is extremely dangerous. In fact, there is a center island there that he jumped over, and he was completely separated and going into oncoming traffic. Extremely dangerous there.
Right now he's on eastbound Alondra in Santa Fe Springs. And you can see he's got wide open roads right here, and that's probably good because we've seen him driving so close and weaving in and out of traffic and just disobeying all kinds of rules of the road.
Bruce, is a pit maneuver out of the question at this time?
The speeds are a little high for a pit maneuver, but this is the type of street you want to be on. A nice wide open street. You've got a center median that protects the oncoming traffic. So ultimately, this is an ideal street to do it. However, the speeds are just a little high right now.
Right.
Maybe our desk can call him on another line so we get a better line. I'm sorry about the connection with Bruce Thomas's line there.
Yeah.
So can they do pit maneuvers when there are people in the passenger seat? Is that allowed?
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, you can do it with multiple people in the vehicle. Obviously, you're just endangering more people, including the officers.
Here we go. He's on the wrong side of the road again, Bruce. He's swerved over. There's a center island there. He's completely into oncoming traffic right now. Hopefully people are able to see him coming, and with police officers behind him with hopefully lights and sirens, at least close enough to warn people that something is up. Boy, but that's really dangerous. He's going to do it again here, it looks like. Yep. He's going into oncoming traffic right here and just absolutely going against the law here. And look at that.
Oh, and now he's in Buena Park, so he's moving along.
Blatantly going against what the law on these streets.
That woman must be just having to close her eyes. I mean, can you imagine driving in that car as a passenger?
Yeah. I mean, there's no reaction time when you have oncoming traffic. And then they're not expecting somebody to be coming at them head on. And we've seen so many accidents that way, usually with somebody driving under the influence, or they're not aware that they're on the wrong side of the street. This guy is aware, and he's doing it anyway.
Yeah, and there he goes again, doing it once again, going into the median, and then hopefully he won't cross over. Yes, he's crossing over.
Yep, he is completely into oncoming traffic. Bruce, what do you do in a situation like this?
You know, at this point, the pursuit becomes so dangerous, the speed, the action of going up in traffic, that unless South really goes into the necessary pursuit, they would possibly go into surveillance mode to de-escalate the situation. At this point, it's just getting very dangerous.
Right.
A very desperate man. I guess this is going on for like 35 minutes now. A man wanted for domestic violence with someone in the car, a female, and they've been, you know, obviously a very stressful situation for that woman on board too.
Yeah, is it possible then to go into tracking mode and just lay off of that when you know that there's a potential victim in the car? I mean, this is a very complex situation, Bruce.
Yes, it is. I mean, normally you don't have a victim and the suspect in the same vehicle. So what they're formulating is a plan to end this pursuit and take custody, but also protect the victim's safety too. So it just adds another complexity and further has the officers thinking about Plan B and Plan C.
Yeah, it's amazing how many different types of pursuits we've encountered through the years. But Michelle Tuesday raised a good point. People are getting used to pursuits now in LA, and they kind of can see it coming, or they hear the sirens. He's been getting a lot of leeway, people getting out of his way.
Well, let's hope. Yeah. But you never know. And traffic is tricky enough in Los Angeles, just navigating through safely and abiding by all the laws with all the people that are out there. So when a pursuit like this comes by, when he's not abiding by any traffic laws, when he's going way too fast, anything can happen. It can be extremely tragic, the end result of that kind of behavior. So here he is continuing to weave his way through some sticky points there in Buena Park. Clearly at a light. Now he seems to be turning into a parking lot.
Yeah, because he was on southbound La Mirada. Now you're right, went into some sort of industrial complex or something.
Yeah, so we're going to watch him through as he goes through this parking lot, tries to weave his way out of there. He didn't feel comfortable sitting at that stop-and-go traffic, so here he is going to squeeze back onto his street. He at least slows down and looks before he does it. And then there's Southgate Police right behind him.
Now we're on Beach Boulevard, I believe, in La Mirada. Buena Park, excuse me. Buena Park. And continuing to drive, just at least he's on the right side of the road for once.
And look at all the traffic on the other side of the road. I mean, I don't know if he goes on the wrong side of the road with this kind of traffic, something awful certainly is going to happen. He's accelerating now. A multi-lane road right here, but he's accelerating, and you see the police car a few links behind him, but they're closing in, trying to stay fairly close to him, and hopefully close enough to warn people that this is coming, a dangerous situation is coming their way. But we haven't been able to look inside the car as much lately, and his behavior is hard to see what his female passenger is doing. But that was an interesting shot earlier of her feet up on the dash. Maybe she's so comfortable that she does that, or maybe she is bracing for her. Uh-oh, he's on the road.
Okay, on the sidewalk, on the grass. Really trying to get past this traffic, but wow.
Just blatant. It's incredible. Okay, so this is in Buena Park. He's literally, Artesia. So he's entered Artesia, driving on the grass and the sidewalk, now cutting through a parking lot. Let's see where this brings us.
Hopefully it's a dead end with any luck, but nope.
Found his way through, and now he's back on the road. We'll try to figure out which road this is. 2 lanes. He seems to be looking for a way to go. He's kind of right up against that double yellow. And Bruce, are you still with us? Okay, we don't have Bruce right now.
But this is Artesia Boulevard in Buena Park. It seems like he's done a couple circles. It did start in Southgate about 35, 40 minutes ago, and it went through Compton and southbound Alameda, Santa Fe.
A large space between him and the police cars. I don't see the Southgate police cars anywhere close to him right now. Maybe he lost them in a parking lot, or perhaps they're backing off just to get him to calm down. Here he is, very aggressive. That's into oncoming lanes. Now we don't see what's going on because he's going over an overpass.
There he is on the wrong.
Oh my gosh!
Here, look at this.
Look at this.
This is one of the...
Completely in oncoming traffic. This is...
one of the more dangerous pursuits we've seen as far as his driving and putting other people in danger.
Southbound Knott Avenue. Southbound Knott. In Buena Park, Melissa? Okay. Southbound Knott Avenue in Buena Park. Boy, that is
we do have Bruce Thomas back. And
He's
Bruce,
back?
so you've been watching this.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you know, at some point, the watch commander and even the field supervisor involved in this are going to take into account the suspect's actions and say, you know what, this guy is endangering way too many lives. So you know what, let's back off. Let's go into surveillance mode. The helicopter will track him, and we'll actually take him when he slows down or crashes, unfortunately, and then we'll end this in a safe manner.
Oh, gosh. Now you can see that woman's legs in the passenger seat. Looked like she was sort of shaking a bit, but...
Yeah, I wonder if you're right, Ellen, if she's just bracing for impact because of his really erratic behavior, extremely dangerous driving. I'm sorry, Melissa's our producer. What did you say, Melissa? Did you give us a locator? And we got
we had a little problem with our but we're still in Buena Park on the eastbound, I believe you said 91, and we're struggling to get that signal back. But what a dangerous pursuit. We've seen this guy going through all kinds of surface streets on the wrong side of the road with that woman in the car seat.
Bear with us, we're going to get that signal back, but extremely dangerous driving that we have been watching. I think we got that signal coming up right here, so we fixed it. So we're going to pop that up for you right now. Let's get our bearings here. There he is. He's about to take a right there at 9th and Beach in Buena Park. He is in that bluish Honda Accord. Okay, there's maybe you can see the passenger. You see that passenger on the right-hand side? Those are her legs that seem to be up and braced against the dash. And he is obviously driving right now. And in the past, we've seen them tangled up, him yelling at her. Okay, so he is behind. There he is. He's in the middle lane right there. That's the vehicle. You don't see a police car behind him because it looks like that they have pulled off, trying to get him to calm down. His driving has been so incredibly dangerous that they might be just tracking him via a helicopter and trying to keep up with him. Dave Coons joins us right now. Dave's our car specialist. And Dave, what are your thoughts on this Honda that he's in?
Well, unfortunately for police, these are very reliable cars. That's an older model Honda Accord, and as people who own them will tell you, they tend to go forever. The key question is how much fuel is on board, as we always ask in these pursuits. But pretty durable car. We saw him hopping curbs. He's been hitting things. It's still going. I don't see any tire damage. I don't know if they've done a spike strip. I wasn't watching the whole.
We don't. I don't think there is any car.
Did a sudden U-turn there on that.
There's 4 police units behind him now. They're on Western in Buena Park. The police officers, the Southgate Police, they are behind him again. So they've re-engaged this pursuit. There is a great shot of his passenger with her legs braced up against the dash. And we don't know if he has been violent to her inside that car, but this is a domestic violence suspect in this pursuit. And Dave, back to you. It does seem this car, granted, Hondas aren't known for their speed and their power, but this car can accelerate.
Well, you'd be surprised. That generation of Honda, if I can call the current generation, you could get it with a V6 engine. They were actually pretty powerful. Also, where he is, surface streets, that car is very maneuverable. Does a lot of tight turning radius if you need it. I know they were on the freeway earlier, but it's an environment where this car, if the guy knows what he's doing and has driving skills, it can actually do pretty well. Front-wheel drive, if he takes corners too sharp, it can do what's known as understeer and kind of overshoot the turn a little bit. But it looks like he's under control and he's not going that fast. But so far, it looks like the car is holding up pretty well.
Right now, he's going on southbound Beach Boulevard, and let's see what he does after this.
There he is.
Overpass. There he is. You know, he has stopped at traffic a couple times, and that woman could have theoretically jumped out. So it makes you wonder, like, what's going on in her mind as well.
I mean, but maybe not. He might be holding her, or maybe it's just not enough time for her to get out of the car.
Yeah.
But Bruce Thomas is with us as well, and he is watching this behavior. Bruce, what are your thoughts?
Well, you know, not only do you have a domestic violence case, whether it's a felony or a suspect, and I believe they're chasing a felony, but you possibly are adding kidnapping or false imprisonment charges too. So another higher grade felony. So that's why the pursuit's going to continue. It does look like he's calmed down a little bit, maybe not as agitated, But ultimately, if he stays in the same area, I would think that the mutual aid agencies would possibly look for a spike strip or maybe deploy a pit maneuver.
Right, so he's still in Buena Park, Bruce, so yeah, that's a good sign. If he stays in Buena Park, maybe they can somehow anticipate where he's going to go and have somebody prepared to do a spike strip. There he is. He's
apparently
right
near Knott's Berry Farm right now.
Oh, okay. Knott's Berry Farm, okay.
But he was driving on the wrong side of the road again, but now he's back to his side.
So far, we don't believe he's hit any vehicles. We have seen him go up on the sidewalk, go through a chain link fence, go through yards, grass, and definitely what's most disturbing, he's been going on the absolute wrong side of the road into oncoming traffic.
Just taking a look at the rear of this car now, I see a single exhaust pipe, which tells me it's not the V6 Accord. Kind of a trivial matter because it can still do the kind of speeds it needs to do, but it's not the hotter version, if you will, of that Accord, because it would have two tailpipes on it.
It's a
V6.
four-cylinder.
Yeah, so this is the four-cylinder, probably an automatic transmission, and if it's been well maintained, it probably has the ability to keep going and going and going, and again, as we said earlier, depends on the fuel capacity.
Yeah, and I'm not the kind of commercial Honda would appreciate, but, you know, it does speak to those, those cars are so reliable.
But as cars go, go ahead, Bruce.
I was going to say, it seems like the police or the chasing agency, whether it be Buena Park now or still Southgate, has backed off greatly from the suspect. At least the shots from Air 7 HD are showing that. So maybe they're realizing, you know what, let's not put as much pressure on the guy. Let's let him decompress a little bit.
So they just keep an eye on him, kind of track him, figure out where he is.
Yeah, and you've got mutual aid from the LA County Sheriff, so they've got their airship up, who's tracking this guy also and calling out the streets he's on. So at this point, there's really not needed to get right up on top of him and kind of pressure him and, you know, and pressure the suspect who's already under a lot of pressure.
Right. Public safety is the number one here, and you don't want him to get so hyped up that he hurts or kills innocent victims in this situation. There he is in oncoming lanes. Again, it's tough to see, but he's behind that tree. There he is, sneaking through the light. And so they've backed off, but they will track him via the air. Of course, Bruce, it's a tough decision for law enforcement to make, because if that is, in fact, a victim with him in that car, she's in danger, and it puts them out of position to make a quick move on them if he does stop or something violent happens.
Yes, it does. You're 100% right on that, because, but as you said earlier, the most important thing in a pursuit is public safety. And even the safety of the suspect is important to law enforcement, because the last thing we want to do is have him crash into innocent people and hurt or kill somebody.
Right, this is headed to a large intersection, kind of just barreling through.
Going against another light, running a red light there, but luckily he hasn't hit anybody yet. So we continue to watch as he is dealing with rush hour traffic, 6:22 in the evening in Buena Park. Oh, Anaheim. I'm correct. He just entered into Anaheim.
Been in about 6 or 7 different jurisdictions there, but now back in Anaheim and driving in the median there, just trying to get past the traffic. And he's done whatever he can. He's gone on the sidewalks. He's gone on the emergency lane. Now driving in the median and just whatever he can do to get away. But
and he's sneaking over in that center median. There he is. He's in oncoming traffic again, sneaking back over to the right side of the road. As Dave Coons mentioned, we don't know how much gasoline he has in that car right now. He's really been accelerating, which is going to consume a lot of gas.
Well, the other thing he's got to be concerned about, and he's got to make these real wild moves. Like, you know, earlier he jumped up on that curb. If he starts hitting curbs with a front-wheel drive car, you know, you have everything kind of buried in the front of the car. So you have the half shafts, you have all these what are called CV joints, and you can really damage the drive system of the car as opposed to a rear-wheel drive car. So that is a concern. If he hits the wrong curb the wrong way, he could instantly be disabled, which would do law enforcement a big favor, of course.
Certainly would.
Watch closely, though, because he is sneaking over that center divider, that double yellow line, every now and then coming very close to oncoming traffic. There he is again. He's completely on the wrong side of the road yet again. Cross that double yellow. Now he's going to try to hopefully sneak back in. But, yeah,
We've seen some really close calls,
really
like the one we just saw right there.
Yeah, so then he's back. It's tough to see. Yeah, he's back over the double yellow, so he's back into the proper lanes. But boy, that was a close one. And cars, you know, if they're coming at you at a rapid rate of speed, then obviously the reaction time is cut in half and more so. So it's extremely dangerous as we continue to watch him. And now he's in that center.
And we haven't received any confirmation that there isn't anybody in the back seat because we can't see with those blacked out windows. But hopefully she's the only passenger.
Hopefully, but yeah, that's another good point, Bruce.
You know, I was going to say, David, you're dealing with a suspect who is obviously very agitated and very intent on getting away, risking his life, the life of the person in the passenger seat. And we have seen pursuits like this that don't end well. And so the agency's chasing, they're really evaluating this.
Yeah, what's concerning if he is wanted for domestic violence, you know, obviously a man who's in distress and not in his right mind, and this poor woman, I don't know her situation, but you got to feel for her situation and her part in this.
Terrible situation all the way around. Bruce, you've handled domestic violence issues in the past when it comes to law enforcement. Whoa.
Okay.
And he took he had to make an aggressive left turn. I don't know if that was planned, but he was trying to avoid a collision, it looked like. But Bruce, you've dealt with domestic violence as a member of law enforcement, and just like in the news business, we see many of them turn into extremely violent situations.
Yeah, domestic violence calls are probably the worst calls you can go on because you think you have an ally in the victim, but sometimes when you're dealing with the suspect, the spouse, boyfriend, significant other, and you take that person into custody, the victim all of a sudden becomes agitated and upset because you're possibly taking away their breadwinner, their spouse. And so it just becomes very volatile.
Yeah, certainly.
On that car, even if the engine holds up, is the brakes. Brakes get overheated very easily, and even police vehicles, which have very heavy-duty brakes, at the end of a pursuit, you can smell this horrible burning smell, like when you've gone down a really steep hill. This guy, if he keeps making these really hard maneuvers and keeps stopping hard, those, especially the front brakes, they're going to start overheating, and he's going to lose his braking power maybe when he needs it most.
That's a good point. I actually did a police pursuit academy with the Sheriff's Department, LA Sheriff's Department. I learned so much, but also I learned how inept I am at being behind the wheel. But one of the things that they do teach you is, what's interesting is you don't ride the brake. You either hit it hard and then you're off of it so it doesn't overheat.
That gives them a chance to cool, because when the friction material or the brake pads are up against the disc, if you're riding that, it never gives the disc a chance to cool. If you see auto racing that goes on at night, you see the brake disc glowing orange. They're not going to get that hot, but they're definitely going to do it. So police officers are trained to drive to let the brakes cool down. And if you notice when you go down a mountain grade, they say, you know, gear down, stay off the brakes because you'll overheat them. If this guy doesn't know what he's doing, he can be overheating his brakes, and what will happen is when he needs to really use them for a hard stop, they're not going to have the bite.
Oh dear, well, that could be bad.
And then when he's accelerating or driving extremely dangerously and he goes to the brakes and they're not there, then everybody loses in a situation like that. Bruce, driving that academy that I took with the Sheriff's Department was eye-opening. This is not easy work.
No, you went to the Sheriff's EVOC, or Emergency Vehicle Operations Center, and like you said, they teach the braking. It's emergency braking, it's hard braking, it's not ride the brakes for an extended period of time. Just as Dave said, the cars can overheat, so it's emergency braking. But they also teach you've got to think outside the box a little bit. Cut the apexes, you know, get close enough to the vehicle, but not. And I'm sure, you know, your adrenaline was probably on a scale of about 20, too.
I can only imagine. As we're watching this pursuit that's been going on for 45 minutes or so, and this domestic violence suspect with a female passenger in his seat. We've had reports that he's been striking her, hitting her while he's driving.
By the way, we have about a minute left in this newscast.
There he goes on the wrong side.
Yeah, but we will continue to stream this on the web, abc7.com, and on our ABC7 Los Angeles app. We'll stay with this pursuit. Obviously, it's a very dangerous pursuit. And, of course, we'll be back at 7 o'clock on KDOC TV. If it's still going, we'll be on it, and we'll bring you the very latest. But we just want to let you know that we will continue to cover this pursuit. Even if we jump off the air, we'll be on digitally and continue to watch what happens here as they go through Garden Grove. And this suspect doesn't appear to want to give up just yet. So here we go. I'm trying to figure out what exactly.
Can we tell us what road
Yeah, what road
are we on right now?
Bruce, by the way,
Yeah.
that's a wide open street. We only have a couple of seconds, but is this, if he doesn't accelerate too much, could this be the perfect time to do a pit maneuver?
This is the perfect storm street to do it on. I'm surprised the PD is not a little more up on him to maybe force this issue. That's a perfect street.
Right.
As we're looking, this is happening in Brookhurst Road, in Garden Grove. We're going to continue to watch this. Join us on ABC7.com and the ABC7 Los Angeles app.
We'll be back at 7 o'clock on KDOC TV. Our thanks to Bruce, Dave Coons. You've been a huge help. Air 7 HD, we are in Los Alamitos on the 22 freeway. He has been driving extremely dangerously. He has not slowed down one bit. We did watch him a few minutes ago wind his way through Huntington Beach, and then it was onto the 22 freeway where he has just passed through Garden Grove and now is in Los Alamitos. Some of the highlights of this pursuit. Take a look on the right-hand side of your screen. That is video from just a few minutes ago. You can see him blatantly going into oncoming traffic. He's been doing that dozens of times throughout this pursuit. Extremely dangerous behavior. A lot of cars we've seen swerving out of the way, and then he moves back over to the right lane. Okay, real quickly on the left-hand side, that's a live picture. He is exiting Seal Beach Boulevard. Seal Beach Boulevard, he is exiting right now. Well, it looks like he was. Maybe he's moving back to the freeway. Look at that on the right. Also, that is video driving onto the sidewalk, onto the grass. Blatant disregard for pedestrians who might be on that sidewalk or in this community as he drives quite a ways on that and eventually into a parking lot where he wound his way back onto the street. So we've been watching him with that kind of behavior, extremely dangerous behavior. And keep in mind, earlier in this pursuit, he was literally wrestling with his victim who was inside the car. She is in the passenger seat, right next to him, watching her as she has her legs up. And then here he is. Look how fast he is moving. He is even swerving. He swerves into oncoming traffic yet again, almost loses the back end of his vehicle, which is a Honda sedan, an Accord. A 4-cylinder is what we believe. It's a front-wheel drive car. And we don't know, obviously, how much gas he has, but it's a vehicle that can go for a very long time. And this pursuit is going into about an hour and a half right now. Again, on the left-hand side, that's a live picture. On the right-hand side, that is video of some of his more dangerous behavior during this pursuit. Southgate PD has been in pursuit of him through most of this. As we go back to this live picture of him on the 22 freeway, always moving to the right-hand lane, almost faking like he's going to get off, and then he pulls back onto the freeway. We're watching him closely here. So let's see what he does. Yep, he does it again, where it looked like he was going to exit, and then he moves over. Keep in mind, again, the domestic violence victim is sitting in the vehicle right next to him. I believe we have another video. I'm not sure if we're prepared to show it to you. Yes, it is. Look closely now. That is the victim. You can see her legs propped up on the dash. And watch closely. Look at her hands. She's holding her cell phone. It looks like she's actually texting during this pursuit. It did appear that there was some sort of wrestling, punching, something was going on in the early parts of this pursuit. Now, at least we could see her. She's moving. She's looking at her phone. Her legs are up. We don't know if that's because she's bracing for potential impact or not, but that was video that was taken just a few minutes ago, just before we hit this newscast at 7 o'clock. More video there on the right-hand side. And the left-hand side, he continues to roll down the 22 freeway. This time he is exiting the 22 freeway. We'll try to get you where he's exiting in just a second. But first I want to bring in Bruce Thomas. 605 North Transition. Okay, so that's, if you're familiar with that area of Orange County, 605 North Transition. So about to hop onto the 605 from the 22 freeway. Bruce Thomas, our law enforcement expert, has been on the phone with us watching this pursuit. And Bruce, it's still going.
Yeah, it's still going, and what you've seen is the handoff from the local police to the California Highway Patrol as it's moved to the freeway. The CHP has a lot more assets and resources to continue this pursuit for at least the duration of this.
Okay, so you were saying during the 6 o'clock hour that would probably be a good move to get more resources on this pursuit because it is so dangerous. So this longest time we saw Southgate in pursuit throughout many communities, both on and off the freeway, but finally they've relinquished. CHP is now in pursuit. Does that change how this pursuit goes?
It does to a degree. The other thing which we haven't talked about was the drain on the local police department's resources. Southgate has a finite number of cars out, and they're outside their area. So obviously that hurts them. But the fact that he's on a freeway now, it's a more controlled environment. He doesn't seem to be driving as erratic as he was on the city streets to get away. Speeds can be increased or decreased, but the safety of everybody involved is a lot better on the freeway.
Right, that's a good point. So the freeway does seem to be wide open right now, so less potential people that he could run into. We understand that he is now getting into Long Beach, so he's on the 605 freeway going north. hitting Long Beach right now. So Long Beach, as CHP is in pursuit. And yes, Bruce, I did notice his behavior was not as erratic. It does seem like he's settling down a bit. Granted, not giving up by any means, still going at a high rate of speed, as you can tell, as he flies by these other vehicles. But the good thing is he's on the freeway. He's not in those very tight, confining surface streets right now where some danger could pop out of nowhere. He's on the freeway where people can actually see him, and they can see the police or the CHP vehicles right behind him, sirens and lights on, and that gives people some warning.
Yeah, it does. When you went to EVOP, one of the things they talked about is the lights and sirens running code 3 or pursuit. People don't hear the siren, but they'll see the lights. And on the freeway, it's a very controlled environment, so that does increase the safety of the motorists.
So that folks won't be surprised and hopefully get out of the way. He did seem to get very tense earlier when he would find himself into traffic. He got very nervous at lights that were stacked up, feeling the need to get out of there. That's when it gets a little bit tricky. Here on the 605, wide open right now, as he seems to not really know where he's going, because Bruce, he's been through many different communities, and from what I understand, Long Beach, he's leaving Long Beach, he's getting, Lakewood now. He's approaching Lakewood on the 605 northbound.
Yeah, it almost appears he's headed back to the Southgate area to some degree.
Yeah, perhaps so, which we often see when it comes to these suspects. You know, there's a lot of concern about that victim in his vehicle. So for our new viewers there that are joining us here on KDOC TV at 7 o'clock, we have been watching this since the 5 o'clock hour of Eyewitness News. And in the early parts of this pursuit, it was extremely dangerous. His driving was erratic, but also he was heightened. He was clearly very angry. He was turning and yelling at the woman next to him. And often, some of the reports say that they actually saw him beating her in that seat. Now, we showed you that video. We were concerned about her consciousness. She clearly is conscious. She's got her feet propped up on the dash. She's got her phone in her hand. She looks like she is texting. So she is physically present right now. And there's that video again. So you see her legs are up. But if you notice, if you look closely, you can see her phone sticking out. She's holding it with both her hands, and it appears she's texting. So she at least is conscious and in that car, and they're not wrestling right now. There he is waving. I'm not sure what he's waving at, but we were very concerned about her safety, Bruce. But nevertheless, her mere presence in that car when this thing does come to an end complicates things.
Just said, everything seems to be a little calmer in the vehicle. Maybe she's texting relatives or people to say, look, we want to end this. He wants to give up. He realizes he made a mistake. How do we do this? So hopefully they're in touch with law enforcement and they can put an end to this in a safe manner. I mean, his speeds are, 69, 70 miles an hour. So he's definitely calmed down a lot.
Good point. As they enter Cerritos right now, Cerritos off the 605 freeway, that's where they are. The video on your right is just that video. The shot on your left is a live picture from Air 7. And Bruce, you've seen a lot of these pursuits. Often that might be the evolution of these pursuits. They start extremely angry, then they start to settle down, then they start thinking about negotiating their way out of it and bringing this thing to a peaceful conclusion. Perhaps, if you're a betting man, maybe that's the direction we're headed.
Yeah, most of the violence calls, when you go to those or they start off, especially when Southgate rolled to this, there was probably a lot of emotion, a lot of anxiety by the suspect. She's trying to maybe calm him down. They get in the car. He's still agitated. He's maybe hitting her in the car like we saw. And at this point now he realizes, okay, I've calmed down. I am going to go to jail. Let's negotiate this. But the biggest issue is going to be at the end of the pursuit, how much she is not going to get involved in them taking him into custody.
Right. We had been talking about that during the 6 o'clock hour. That's a very complex part of being a law enforcement officer, wondering in these domestic violence situations, the victim obviously needs their help, but sometimes things turn quickly when you start taking her loved one into custody and they suddenly turn on you. And that potentially could happen here.
Yeah, David, as you know, this could be the breadwinner. And now he's not going to be the breadwinner right now, and so maybe there's kids involved, so it becomes a very complex issue.
Right. Okay, so I understand that they're going about 70 miles an hour. They're in Norwalk right now on the 605 freeway in Norwalk as this pursuit continues to roll down. But luckily, we haven't seen a really dangerous maneuver in a few minutes now. And earlier, we have to tell you, it looked extremely bleak as he continued to insist on driving on the wrong side of the road with oncoming traffic, fly through red lights. And by fly through them, it was awfully close in a couple of situations. One, he almost lost his back end. He was moving so quickly and changing lanes so quickly. A lot of people have swerved out of the way. He did hit a fence. He dragged that fence. A bike rider had to jump out of the way from getting hit. But from what we understand, we at least have not seen him hit any vehicles that he's come very close to. At least we haven't seen that yet. So as he stays on this freeway, he seems to be moving his way over to the right-hand side. And CHP is right on him. It's a waiting game for them, isn't it, Bruce?
Yeah, at this point, CHP is just going to, they're just going to follow. They're going to stay in the code 3 pursuit mode because you do have a felony suspect. But it's just kind of wait and see. As they get through different areas of the CHP, they'll hand it off to the next station, so to speak. And they're just going to follow at this point.
All right, we are talking to Bruce Thomas on the phone, our law enforcement expert, as we continue to watch this domestic violence suspect in pursuit. He just transitioned to the 105 freeway. Stay with us. We're going to stay on top of this. We'll be right back. All right, we want to take you back to that pursuit. We are on the 105 West in Downey right now. The car that's being pursued is the one in the far left lane. You can see it moving through traffic. It is a Honda Accord, 4-door, kind of a silver blue. That's it right there. Older model Honda, but it's a peppy car. This guy has been driving it like crazy, accelerating, taking very tight turns. From Dave Coons, he tells us that it is an older model with a 4-cylinder, but don't let that fool you. It's a very good car. It has a durability, and it can go for a very long time. And we have been watching this pursuit for getting close to 2 hours now. Again, on the 105 freeway, westbound, going through Downey. Inside that vehicle, not only the suspect, who is a domestic violence, a felony suspect, but also his victim, a woman, who's sitting in the passenger seat right next to him, and the CHP is right behind. Most of this pursuit, during most of it, was Southgate, so they followed him from freeway to community and different communities, but the CHP took it over, and now they're staying close behind him, watching his movement. In the meantime, Bruce Thomas joins us right now, our law enforcement expert, to help me analyze what's going on. Bruce, they're content in just letting this guy go?
Run the helicopter. You cannot outrun the radio. So at this point, we're going to stay behind him. We're going to follow him. At some point, hopefully, the suspect gets tired of this game, pulls over, and gives up. I mean, he's ultimately going to go to jail. And in his mind, hopefully, he can rationalize that.
And there's a really good chance that they already know who this guy is. It's not like he's going to be able to avoid them. Even if, let's say, he got away today, they're going to still get him.
Yeah, I mean, they've run the license plate. They've got information, what they call 1028, 1029 on the vehicle, which is the registered owner, the vehicle, wants, warrants. They know who this guy is. He's not going anywhere. If he gets away tonight, you know what? They'll get him tomorrow at that point. The other thing, too, is the officers are now in a much calmer mode because CHP practices the freeway pursuit. So their stress level's down also. They're just kind of sitting back, following him.
Right, and then the freeway, as you can see, it's pretty wide open, which is fantastic and also very rare, but he is just kind of going on down the freeway. He's so far not endangering anybody at this point. He is going relatively fast, but not horribly, and he's not making erratic movement going from lane to lane and trying to do a quick lane change or get off. So that's all good, because as we pointed out at 6 o'clock, public safety is of the utmost concern, and keeping this guy from hurting himself or anybody else is the ultimate for law enforcement.
Yeah, that's a big part of this whole thing. The last thing an officer wants to do is hurt somebody as an innocent third party. And in this case, he's on the freeway. He's not really endangering anybody, so CHP is going to sit back and just follow him.
Okay, so we are in Paramount right now. Paramount, most of this has been going on in Orange County, but he headed north. Now he's on the 105 westbound right now in Paramount. And we don't know if he knows where he's going because he's been going all over the place. But luckily, he's staying off the surface streets, at least as of now. And often, when we see somebody on the freeway, at least it puts them in a position where they're not making so many erratic turns and maneuvers to where maybe they can start thinking and even talking to somebody about getting out of this situation.
Right, David, as you talked about and we saw in the earlier news broadcast, his driving was so dangerous and so erratic on the wrong side of the road at high rates of speed, sudden lane changes. On the freeway, you don't have that, so that makes the de-escalation factor of this pursuit greatly enhanced.
Okay, so now we are running into traffic, and you're starting to see a little bit of nervousness inside of this driver and his behavior. So he maneuvered all the way to the right-hand side. He is driving on the shoulder of the road. This is, again, the 105 westbound. I believe he's still in Linwood, but I'll get you an update on that in just a second. CHP right behind him there as he tries to find his way through traffic. And we've noticed his behavior before when it comes to traffic. He seems to get very nervous about that, especially when he's sitting at a red light. He doesn't seem to have the patience to sit there. He's trying to always squeeze his way through instead of waiting for the traffic to go through. Quite often, Bruce, this is an interesting point. Will law enforcement try to make a move at a red light?
Ideally, that is a great place to do it. You have to have the number of vehicles there. You have to be able to box them in. And then you become an officer safety issue, crossfires, that kind of thing. So ideally, it's a good location to do it. But ultimately, that would be done with a Bearcat or an armored vehicle to block him in.
Okay. So it's a tricky situation, one of many that law enforcement has to deal with when you deal with situations where you're around a lot of other people, a lot of civilians, especially at dead stop traffic where they can't go anywhere either, and they can't get out of harm's way if the violence breaks out.
We had a pursuit a couple weeks ago where they had to rescue the people in the vehicles that were trapped, and so that becomes another major factor, another concern for the officers.
Okay, you see the driver's erratic behavior. His window, he rolled the window down. He was waving out and yelling something out of his window. We don't know at whom. We don't know if it's people around him. Perhaps that's a helicopter. Maybe it's just at our helicopter. We don't know. But that's some of the erratic behavior that we have seen in him. He was highly irate earlier where he was yelling at the woman who was sitting next to him. You haven't been able to see her in this pursuit because of the angle that we've been dealing with. But she is there. And at least they're not grappling like they were earlier, which was really scary. And we didn't know if she was truly in danger or not. So what we understand now, Long Beach Boulevard, he's just exited Long Beach Boulevard. If you're familiar with this area, just off the 105 westbound. So let's see what happens here. This is when it can get tricky, when he's hitting surface streets. And he takes this exit, and he's immediately upon some traffic. Let's see what he does. Yep, he tries to squeeze his way through, Bruce. So he still gets very nervous here.
Yeah, and what you're seeing, David, is Highway Patrol has been in contact with LA County Sheriff's Century Station in this area to let them know, hey, the pursuit's coming your way. And obviously what the sheriffs will do are kind of flood that area with units and monitor it from afar. So when this pursuit does end or he does foot bail, they're in the area to pursue him.
Okay, excuse my ignorance, but who is that behind him right now? Was that a sheriff's? Is that sheriff's behind him now, or is that still CHP?
It looks like CHP is right behind him again. Looks like they just transitioned. In that area, CHP patrols the unincorporated county areas.
Okay, so he's going to pull into a parking lot here. Brace yourself. There is a pedestrian there on the sidewalk, probably has no idea what's going on here. Now he's noticing police cars. He's going to wind his way through this parking lot. He's done that a number of times during this pursuit. Okay, he's on Imperial Highway. I'm sorry, again, is this Linwood, Michelle? Michelle's my producer in the booth.
Yeah, he's in the Linwood area, the unincorporated Firestone area.
Okay, so if anybody's aware of that, you know, we see it often. The Firestone Mall. So the Firestone area is where he is. He's in Linwood, northbound. Did you say Long Beach, Michelle? Long Beach Boulevard in Linwood. Long Beach Boulevard.
And he's close to Southgate, too, where this whole thing started, so he might be working his way back home.
Yeah, so that might be, and we see it almost like clockwork when it comes to these pursuits. Suspects aren't comfortable in an environment that they aren't familiar with, so they inevitably find their way back home. And that's where this pursuit began, in Southgate. So I'm not sure if we know the specifics on why it began, but we do know domestic violence was part of it, and his behavior inside the car with his victim was very alarming, and that was the early part of this pursuit. But it began in Southgate.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt, but another factor in this is he might be working his way back to the original start of this at the residence or apartment. Southgate PD could be waiting for him there, and he's negotiated that.
Oh, okay. So maybe there's a purpose besides the fact that he's just trying to get back into familiar territory. But this is what they often do, is negotiate where he's going to give up, and perhaps quite often they want to do it in front of the family.
Yeah, because they know that nothing is going to happen to them. And obviously the police don't want to use force, deadly force. Maybe they'll have to use less lethal, pepper balls, things like that, to take him into custody. But ultimately, he's making a statement to his family, and obviously the police will honor that request to some degree.
Right, and then also keep in mind, there is a woman sitting next to him. Perhaps her family is there as well, or they're all connected. We don't know, but maybe there's support for her as well, and he might be doing her a favor as well. We don't know. This is all speculation. We hope it goes down safely and calmly, and violence does not break out. But I have to tell you, they have to be prepared for anything, especially in the early parts of this pursuit. It seems so dangerous that it is almost remarkable that nothing bad has happened. Again, we're going to show you some of the highlights from earlier, and that is him on the right-hand side. That's a video that was taken. And that shows you his behavior going into oncoming lanes. He even has an island between him, so he can't even jump over the right side of the road if he wanted to. But lots of that, lots of oncoming traffic. He never hit anybody, but it was extremely scary when he kept on doing that. And he kept doing it at a high rate of speed. And again, we're going to continue to watch. There he is on the sidewalk, on the grass, and he did that a number of times. As well as when he hit a fence, he dragged that fence, a good portion of it, from an athletic field, dragged that several feet. So that's the behavior that we're talking about, where he was driving erratically, he was doing things in the car, seemed to be hitting the woman sitting next to him, and that was extremely stressful for everyone to watch. Okay. Florence area, Long Beach Boulevard. So that's the latest. He's in the Florence area right now. Continue to watch him as he flies through these, and then you'll notice the lane he's in. He's in oncoming traffic again, but at least he's going a little bit slower than when we saw him earlier. I imagine CHP is still right behind him, so hopefully people will see that and know that something is coming their way. So winding his way down Long Beach Boulevard in the Florence area. Let's watch and continue to see what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's not driving as dangerously as he was before. Yes, he's in oncoming traffic, but his speed seems to be very much slower.
Okay, he just crossed Broadway there, Bruce. So on Long Beach Boulevard still, just crossing Broadway in the Florence area. So if you're familiar with that's where he is. And yeah,
David, if he makes the right turn and starts going east, I would say he's going back to Southgate.
Okay. So we'll continue to watch and see what he does here. But you're right, his driving is so much slower. He seems to be still breaking the law at times, but he's not outrageously fast right now. So
just as a minor fact for information for the viewers, they will go back and pull the tapes on this pursuit, and they will charge him with every single violation.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Good. So, you'd hope they would do that just to make people accountable, and let them know that they cannot get away with all these actions just because the
Well,
pursuit
there's
is
supposed to
over.
be a mandatory 2-year prison sentence for pursuit. I'd like to follow up on that to see if it's still in effect, but that was something that the law changed
Okay.
as a deterrent to this.
Yes, and we do need deterrence, that's for sure. So he took a quick left-hand turn. That was off of Pacific Boulevard he was on. A quick left-hand turn. Huntington Park is where he is right now. Huntington Park on Walnut. Huntington Park on Walnut. This is where it gets a little bit scary. It's obviously a very narrow street. Look at all the cars and the people that are out, too. I wonder if he's familiar with this area, but people, I think, are very aware of this pursuit. So you can see them walking out and looking at this pursuit, so they're aware of it. Uh-oh. I just saw the passenger door open. Maybe he's close to home. Maybe she's trying to get out. But did you see the passenger door open just quickly, and then it closed when he was slowing down there?
Yeah, I think he's definitely getting closer to primary residence or friendly territory, as they call it. You were talking about people coming out watching this. Well, social media is a very powerful tool, and I'm sure people are watching this on Twitter, seeing the 87 app, so they're aware of where it is.
The door open again. The passenger door is open. Let's see what's happening. He stopped abruptly. Did she get out? No, she did not. But the door we've seen opening a number of times. And good point about social media. So social media, as well as television, is keeping people abreast of this pursuit. And my producer now tells me, Bruce, that this is very close to where this thing started.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he heads back home, he stops, she gets out of the car, goes to her loved ones, and they do a felony stop and take this guy into custody.
Okay, so maybe that's why the door keeps opening. Maybe there's a bit of an argument going on, and when she can and can't get out of that vehicle. She clearly wants to get out. That's why the door is opening. I'm not sure if he's letting her.
I think you're 100% right on that.
Yeah, so we've seen it repeatedly open. He seems to accelerate and then slow down, accelerate and slow down. There seems to be some indecision here. Okay, the car stopped, but the door didn't open. She didn't get out. It would make things so much easier if she gets out, right, Bruce?
Oh, definitely, because now you don't have a two-pronged problem. You have just a one-pronged problem, as they say. You have to deal with a suspect, not with a victim and a suspect. Right. A victim who may not comply.
Right. Okay, so you see all the people out in the street. Some have their cell phones out. They're very much aware that this pursuit is going down the street. It does seem that they do know where they are right now, and now it's just a matter of deciding what to do at this point. Back to their home turf or their home territory, familiar. Maybe they just couldn't figure out what to do and how. Her feet are still up on the dash there. You can get a good shot of the victim. She's in the passenger seat. Those are her legs. That's the way she's kept them for the last 2 hours, basically braced up against that dash. We don't know if she's bracing for impact or maybe that's just the way she wants to sit at this point, but that's her. A shot of the victim as well. And then he there is driving. You can see his hands on the steering wheel. So tinted windows, it's tough to kind of look in from the side. Earlier in the afternoon, we had a pretty good shot. So we don't know if there's some kind of negotiating going on between the two of them right now. But let's continue to watch and see what they do. Oh, he's got his window down now.
You know, David, it's just interesting how she doesn't seem as very frantic as she was earlier.
Oh, she's waving.
She's calm.
You're right. Look at that. She's waving. I don't know. I guess we can't. Northbound Long Beach Boulevard is where they are. Northbound. Okay, in Southgate. So they're in Southgate, northbound Long Beach Boulevard. Yeah, so, but we can't jump to conclusions either, but that is interesting. Her window is down. She's waving, but could she be waving for help, or is she waving?
You know, I think we're going to go with the other avenue on this, that she's in friendly territory, and maybe they're making, I hate to say it, like a victory lap almost.
Right. Maybe she does. Maybe she feels that she's in trouble as well. We don't know, but
yeah,
I think there's a lot to figure out on what has been happening here and what the situation is. But they are calling this a domestic violence suspect. And the assumption is the victim is with him in that vehicle. But you've been seeing, just as well as we have, some of the bizarre behavior of these two. Both the windows are now down, so they seem to be willing to greet the people that are on the streets. Perhaps it's a kind of a Pacific Boulevard is Michelle, is that correct? They're on Pacific? Okay, Long Beach turns into Pacific Boulevard, so they're now on Pacific Boulevard in Southgate.
Yeah, and what you're seeing, David, from Air 7 HD is you're seeing sheriff's units in the area. So they're blocking intersections. They're trying to control this guy to see exactly where he is going to go.
Let's say hypothetically, there's a negotiation going on right now, and they're hoping this guy pulls into some place that he's familiar with and eventually gives up. Do they try? Are they fighting? Uh-oh. All right.
It looks like there's some agitation going on.
Yeah, and maybe she was trying to get control of the car or something, but there's something going on in the car, so they're getting more and more agitated again. Yeah, I did see some physicality going on inside of there. Then he swerved quickly. Maybe he swerved because he wanted to, or maybe she's trying to get control of the car. We don't know.
And David, that's another, part of this equation is the more she gets agitated toward him, the more agitated he gets and starts doing stuff which maybe we as law enforcement don't want to see happen.
Yeah. All right. This is kind of scary when you see somebody moving around inside the car like that. So he clearly is yelling at her. He's moving around a lot more. This is starting to remind us of their behavior near the beginning of this pursuit when it looked really dangerous inside that vehicle. So they seem to be getting more and more agitated. Maybe she did want to get out of the vehicle and he didn't let her. Maybe they did negotiate to stop this and he didn't do it. And he's continuing to roll through, and he's just sitting there with some indecision right now, and she's tired of it.
Yeah, she could be yelling at him, getting him amped up, and now he's back on surface streets, and you see his driving has become a little bit erratic again.
Okay, so they're in Huntington Park, from what we understand. And, yeah, with those windows down, we get a much clearer shot of what's going on in there. He seems to be moving around a whole lot. He's moving stuff. He's doing a lot of that, grabbing something from down below and throwing it into the back seat. He's constantly turning to her and talking to her or yelling at her, and that's exactly what he was doing earlier on. Now he's rolled the window up, so we can't see him as well.
Yeah, and that presents another issue for law enforcement with tinted windows. They don't have the visual to look in the vehicle on a safety aspect of this. All they can see is through the front window, and on a felony stop, you're not facing the vehicle. You're controlling it from behind.
Mm-hmm. Right. So just one more of the many obstacles that law enforcement is going when it comes to this situation. So they have, they've gone beyond Southgate. They're in Huntington Park right now, moving into Vernon. So maybe he decided not to give up. Maybe he's decided to let this go a little bit longer while he thinks this through. Although there's really not much to think about, but maybe in his standpoint, he thinks there is.
Yeah, he's going to jail ultimately. The only thing the question is now is he going to go to jail at 8 o'clock or is he going to go to jail at 9?
Right, and a lot of concern then also about his state of mind when this thing comes to an end. We don't know if he's armed or not. We personally don't know his background, but law enforcement may have a good idea of who this person is, right, Bruce?
Yeah, they do. They've worked him up. They've run him to see how much information as they can get. Now, she's been in contact with law enforcement. Those are questions they're asking. And what they've found is, and I've seen in my experience, is these people may have warrants. He may be on probation or parole, and this may be what puts him back into jail, and so he's prolonging it.
Right. He's at that I don't have anything to lose position, perhaps, which makes it especially
which
scary.
For the general public is not a good position.
Right, that's terrible. And then there you could see, I guess is that a CHP officer behind him?
Yeah, I think CHP still in pursuit as they're in a lot of the unincorporated areas, and CHP has not relinquished it to the local agency. Yeah, it's still CHP.
Okay, so he does seem to be a little bit closer to the car. Could they be considering a pit maneuver, or is this still too fast?
The speed, I'm guessing, is probably around the 40 mark. It may be a little high, but I think they're going to put some pressure and end this. I think they're done. He looks like he's slowing down a little bit. We may see a pit maneuver very shortly.
Okay, he's on northbound Santa Fe right now. It's a little bit more of a narrow street, but as you'll notice, it doesn't seem to have as much traffic. That's a good sign, but he is moving. There's a little bit of traffic there, but he does seem to be accelerating right now. So it's complex. We don't know now the situation when it comes to the victim next to him maybe he's decided to completely to blow off the whole idea of giving up. And now, I'm sorry, Michelle, where are they again? Moving into the city of Los Angeles. It looks like he was considering a pit maneuver there.
Yeah, he was getting close enough to do it, and now you see an SUV coming in, which has the special bumpers to do a pit. So I think very shortly we're going to see it. However, the speeds are increasing. That does present a problem.
Right, and then this guy probably knows what they're trying to do, so he's going to keep his speeds up.
Unfortunately, most bad guys do know police procedures to some degree, so he may just prolonging it. But this is an ideal street to do it. It's nice and wide. However, there are some oncoming traffic, and that does present a safety issue.
Right, but it's a dangerous maneuver, but we've seen it work before. And when it comes to getting this over with or letting it go on and potentially harm innocent people, oh, here we go, he's moving in just a little bit there, and he backs off. So again, they are on northbound Santa Fe. They've entered Los Angeles right now. Does that change any aspects?
It only just because of the traffic, but you are in an industrial area, so as we get closer to the evening, the area is kind of quiet. But I can guarantee you the CHP has been given permission by their watch commander to deploy the pit maneuver when they see applicable.
Okay, so they crossed Olympic from Santa Fe. They left turn on Olympic. What is this here? I'm trying to figure out what's up. All right, he's getting on the freeway. It almost looked like he was going to do it there, Bruce, but I guess he decided not to.
Yeah, but only because of the oncoming cars there and spin this guy out. Right there would be a perfect place to do it.
Right, okay. 10 East is from what we understand.
I thought we were going to see it right there.
Boy, that's scary business.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is you're on a freeway on-ramp, so it's elevated.
Right.
So if you were, this car potentially could crash through the barrier or fall to the ground, and, now you've got a bigger mess.
Right, and that might be why they decided not to do it. But, boy, you know that they were thinking about it. So let's watch what he does.
The officer was definitely going to do it. I really thought he was going to pull the trigger on that.
Right, so as he gets further away from home, does this thing get more dangerous?
Well, now we've seen him try to go home, but he's changed his mind, so he really has the mindset of getting away now. I don't know where he's going. It looks like he's still northbound in the city of L.A. Now you're going to have LAPD also involved as the sheriffs have dropped off. So, yeah, this does get a little more complex.
Okay, East L.A. overchanges where he is right now. Let's figure out. He just split over there to the right. CHP moving in again. But there are other folks on the road. He's heading into East Los Angeles right now.
Yeah, and you're not going to see a pit maneuver on the freeway unless they can control traffic.
Yeah. So far, from what we understand, we haven't seen any spike strips either. So 5 South is where he's going right now, Bruce. In East Los Angeles, he's heading to the 5 South.
Yeah, because of all the traffic on the freeway, you're not going to see spike strips or the pit maneuver, but CHP is going to get behind him and let him know, hey, we're here, we're not going anywhere, so why don't you just pull over and give up?
Right. Okay, so there's traffic ahead is what we're hearing. So he's going to start running into traffic. That's when he seems to get a little bit nervous. On the 5 freeway south right now, he's East LA is where he is, 5 freeway south. Look for some traffic and we'll watch his behavior. I think is his window down again. His window is down again, so you can see the driver. You can't see the passenger who is next to him, but you can at least see the driver. The sun is starting to set, so visibility might be a little bit more tricky as well. I guess that changed things for law enforcement, doesn't it, Bruce?
Yeah, as you get into nightfall, vision, field of vision becomes diminished, so that's when you have the spotlights, the night sun from the helicopter, which is still following this. Those are tools that the officers will have to employ. All right, there's a really tricky maneuver there. He's trying to weave his way through big 18-wheelers as well as other traffic. A big lane change there and then multiple lane change there. He seems to think he can avoid or get rid of the CHP, but it's doubtful. So there he is on the far right-hand side. He seems to be exiting the freeway. And we'll give us 2 seconds here, and we'll tell you exactly where they are. But just exited the freeway, back on the surface streets into oncoming lanes. He just misses the car right there that took a right-hand turn.
eastbound on Olympic. Eastbound on Olympic. He's accelerated to a high degree here, so the danger has increased quite a bit, Bruce.
Yeah, he's back on surface streets. He's back on the wrong side of the road. He's driving erratically and increasing speed. It's getting dangerous again, and I wouldn't be surprised if CHP at this point may back off into a tracking mode. But it's the watch commander's call, and if I was the watch commander, you do want to take this guy into custody, but the public safety outweighs everything.
Right. You don't want innocent people to get hurt in this situation, and then you gotta wonder that the woman sitting next to him, when she kept opening that door when he was going a lot slower, if she's regretting not jumping out of the car at that point, because now it seems like she's stuck and there's nothing that she could do at this point.
Yeah, and like Dave Coons was saying earlier, you've got a Honda Accord, very, very maneuverable vehicle, as we saw on the freeway, and how he weaves in and out of traffic. And the police cruisers are a lot heavier and a lot bigger vehicles, and may not have that turning radius or that mobility, so that's another issue.
All right, so the CHP moving. Oh no, is that Sheriff? Is Sheriff's on him now? Or is that still CHP?
CHP, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
They may try to pit him right now.
Yeah, they moved way in on him, and then he backed up, but they got right up parallel to his bumper, and then suddenly they pulled off. So they almost got there. They made an aggressive move, and it looked like it was going to happen. Probably speed was again, a concern. And there you saw a car going through the intersection, and then he just blatantly kept going. So
the other thing that CHP may be doing is trying to get up there to have a good visual inside that vehicle to see what the female victim's doing. Her feet are on the dash. She seems very nonchalant about this.
Okay. All right. Yep. That's what we've been seeing for a long, long time. So let's see here. He seems to be he is driving more dangerously, weaving in and out of oncoming traffic, flying through traffic lights against the red light. That's okay. Michelle, remind me. He's on East Olympic in East Los Angeles.
So he's north of the Southgate area.
Approaching
and at
Atlantic.
this point, CHP is going to stay in pursuit of him.
Yeah. So he's approaching Atlantic Boulevard on East Olympic in East LA. Again, a Honda Accord. Dave Coons warned us that this vehicle would go for quite some time, although he has been really accelerating. We've been watching this pursuit for more than 2 hours now. And fuel may come to be an ally, or lack of it may come to be an ally eventually in this pursuit. We hope that he didn't have a full tank of gas. And just recently, we've seen a number of pursuits suddenly come to an end because they did run out of gas. So it does happen. Here we go. Let's see if he does this pit maneuver. Oh, and he's swerving into oncoming traffic, oncoming lanes. He saw it coming, dangerously moves into oncoming lanes. He gets away from it. But the CHP officer remains very close to his bumper. He's moving in again. Let's see if he does it. No, and he swerves into oncoming traffic again. And the CHP officer pulls back. But he got very, very close on that last one. But he seems to be really moving now at a very high rate of speed with other traffic in the area. So, Bruce, this guy, he knows what they're trying to do, and he's going to do everything in his power to not let them.
Yeah, that's what it appears. However, this is a perfect street to do it on, nice and wide. Yeah, you do have some parked vehicles, but the CHP is officer sending a message to this guy, hey, we're right here, we're right behind you, we're not going anywhere. So why don't you just pull over, buddy?
Boy, it is remarkable skill to be able to do what these officers are doing. How do you practice a pit maneuver? I mean, do you actually do it in real life, and you pit cars?
Yeah, you actually do. When you went through the EVOC course, the sheriffs, we don't have the bumper CHP has, but they actually practice it on other patrol cars. And the idea is to get to the right rear quarter or left rear quarter of the vehicle, impact it right by the tire, spin it out of control, so you have to give the vehicle gas to spin it, and then hit the brake so that you're not entangled with the vehicle. But it is a hard maneuver to do because it's counterintuitive to crash into a car.
Yeah, it is kind of even maddening to watch. It's so stressful to watch. But I guess you have to do it enough to where you feel confident. You have to have some confidence to pull it off.
Yeah, you do, and they practice it. Just as in briefings, we talk about pursuit terminuses. So you have a pursuit, it's ended. How do we do it by the numbers? Or if you're in a pursuit, you practice pursuit. One of the things I used to do with my trainees was say, hey, we're in pursuit. I want you to call a pursuit, a mock pursuit. Take a deep breath, decompress, give out the things that the watch commander needs.
Right. Wow. Okay, so we saw him, he touched that back bumper, and now he's really accelerating. But the CHP officer touched his back bumper. He bumped him pretty good. It didn't turn the car, but he did hit him. Clearly, it's putting some pressure on the suspect. Hopefully, it'll get him eventually to want to get out of this and give up.
Yeah, I think CHP is sending a message that, hey, we're going to end this, so why don't you end it first?
And keep in mind, he has a woman sitting next to him, and hopefully she's got the wits to beg him to stop doing this, and maybe with the pressure from both sides will get him to give up. But so far, as you can see, he's accelerating now, really moving, and it's not working so far.
No, I think CHP, they do have the green light for the pit maneuver. They're just waiting for the right time. And speed is a factor. The faster he goes, the pit maneuver comes out of play.
Okay. He is on eastbound Olympic, moving pretty good on eastbound Olympic. Montebello, I believe they are still in. Montebello takes a really aggressive left-hand turn into oncoming traffic, and then, or oncoming lanes, and then there, look at him. He is kind of like straddling that double yellow, staying in the left-hand turn lane, where you just don't know where he's going to go. There's a good shot of the woman sitting next to him, feet up. Her arm is out the window, just kind of hanging on.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be a victim to this degree right now. I mean, I think earlier she was, but she seems a lot calmer, maybe, with her demeanor.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of, it's so confusing, and this shows you the difficulty of what law enforcement has to deal with. So here we go, the CHP officer again, moving very close, and then, as you can see, the driver blatantly moves into oncoming lanes, and there's an island now between them, and he is blatantly into oncoming lanes, but luckily so far, no cars were coming. And there's a car sitting out in the middle of the intersection. Perhaps that person saw what was happening and just stopped. But boy, that's where it gets really, really stressful. There's a matter of almost no time to react if there's a car that comes out in the middle of the corner. He's looking one way and this guy's coming the other way.
Yeah, center median is an ideal area because the vehicle won't hopefully cross that into oncoming traffic. You want a nice wide street with this. And I wouldn't be surprised if CHP bumps his bumper again and sends a message.
Yeah, I mean, all of us, I think, are all rooting for the CHP to try to get this thing over with, safely. But it's so maddening to see this person on the street right now, putting so many lives in danger. So he is on westbound Beverly Boulevard now. Beverly Boulevard in Montebello.
Yeah. David, what's interesting with social media, and I'm sure as you check it, people are actually telling the police to, hey, ram the vehicle, shoot the vehicle. Yeah. I mean, they don't want this to go on either.
Yeah, they want it over with. It is scary. And so many different things go through your mind of what could possibly happen at the end of this pursuit. So there he is. He's squeezing through on the right-hand lane, cars stacked up at that intersection. He finds an open lane. He squeezes his way through and flies through the intersection. CHP right behind him right now, but he is refusing to stop.
Yeah, David, also, just to interject, police departments have what they call policies and procedures, chase and pursuit procedures. Suspects don't.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So there are no rules.
And also civil liability. Who are they going to go back and look to sue if something were to happen? They're going to the police department, not the suspect.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point.
So that's when pursuit management comes into play, where the watch commander is asking for certain things: speed, conditions, traffic, nature of the crime, description of vehicle, direction of travel. All those things play into it.
Nature of the crime is an important one in this one, because this guy is a domestic violence suspect, and the victim may be sitting right next to him. That's her arm, and those are her legs that you see there. We still don't fully know the story between these two. we're calling her a victim, but you're right, she may not be a victim, but it is a domestic violence suspect. They're going to pursue it as that, and therefore they have to have her well-being very much in their minds as they pursue this guy.
Yeah, very much so. And what you're chasing is you're chasing a felony. You're not chasing a misdemeanor. And also they're probably going to pile on the charges, possible kidnapping or false imprisonment in this case.
Okay, so when this does come to an end, obviously there's a lot of questions to ask on what the relationship is between these two. Was she a willing participant, or is she truly a victim? Is this a kidnapping? And it could very well be, and it could have started that way.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is she may not be a victim. She might be a suspect. And he is trying to maybe keep her safe. So we don't know. Like you say, there's a lot of variables and a lot of investigation to sort out.
Okay, so they are in East Los Angeles right now, moving about 40 miles per hour. Beverly, is this still Beverly Boulevard, Michelle? Yeah, westbound Beverly Boulevard in East Los Angeles right now, 40 miles per hour. I don't know if they've gone in a circle, but it does seem, though, that they found their way back to East L.A. Maybe they're heading back to where this all began again.
It's very, very possible. It seems like they are making some sort of circle, and it does appear they're southbound. So they may have negotiated something in the time that it took them to make this circle.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Northbound Atlantic is where they are right now. As the sun is setting, lights are coming on. Bear with us as he clears this building. There he is. It is a four-door Honda sedan, older model, four-cylinder, front-wheel drive. It is a pretty remarkable vehicle when it comes to this pursuit. It had to make some tight turns. It has some acceleration. It's really hung in there, and it's been going for quite some time. Our hope is that he wasn't on a full tank of gas. So one way or another, we need this pursuit to come to an end.
Yeah, it looks like they're over by the headed toward East Los Angeles College, I think.
I'm being told that they're in Monterey Park.
Okay, so they're real close by that area.
Wrong side of the road in Monterey Park. He squeezed through there yet again. He has done that dozens of times in this pursuit. Complete willingness to go into the oncoming lanes blatantly there, and remarkably, he's been extremely lucky that nobody's popped up and hit him or he's hit them.
And you know, the other thing too, David, is we talked about it earlier, the traffic. It seems like you and I, we have traffic all the time. Suspects, somehow they don't.
Yeah, we do make that point. It's the middle of rush hour. We'll sit there and go 1 mile an hour. Somehow suspects find a way to continue to move and not get bogged down and stuck like we do.
Yeah, he's over by the East Los Angeles College now, so, you know, school's not in session at this hour to the most part, so it looks like we're going to be okay, but you are in a residential area.
Okay, so that makes that heightens the danger. There will be pedestrians out, there will be cars unsuspecting here. There you see this pretty broad street that they're on right now, and if there wasn't traffic on it, this probably could be a candidate for a pit maneuver, but there seems to be a decent amount of traffic in this area.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You've got too many moving parts here, as they say, to really do a pit maneuver. Ideally, you want a wide open street with very minimal traffic.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, is this still Atlantic, Michelle? Yeah, okay. Northbound Atlantic, Monterey Park? Okay. Monterey Park, you said it was East LA College, Bruce?
Yeah, he's in that general area. I only know that because I recognize the streets and I play baseball there on Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, your connection to the community. So there he is, another example of him just kind of blatantly going into oncoming lanes. He just seems to hover quite often right in that middle left-hand turn lane, straddling the double yellow. So you don't really know where he's going to go, and he's more than willing to go into the oncoming lanes, especially when he was trying to get away when the traffic was stacking up, and also when they were trying to pull a put maneuver on him. And as they got closer, he just blatantly went into those lanes, having complete disregard of the possibility of a car coming out of nowhere and having no reaction time. But so far, everybody's been lucky in this situation. He hasn't hit anybody. He has hit a fence. He dragged that with him. He has been up on the grass. He's been on the sidewalk a couple of times. A couple of close calls there. But so far, it doesn't appear that he's hit anybody outside of perhaps this passenger who's sitting right next to him. And let's see, you can still see her legs up there, Bruce.
Yeah, you know, David, as technology moves along, I really suspect in a couple of years we're going to see a way to disable vehicles safely.